wide area. And so now they have one-way traffic control. There you go. That's good. Yeah. I think I heard not too long ago that Carly's yeah. That's what I heard. That's good. You lost your long arm quilt thing, Herman.
Well, happy anniversary, boy.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hello, I'm Todd.
Tom?
Todd.
Todd. I'm Duncan.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Thanks for your service. Hey, Mike.
Duncan, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
When's your anniversary?
Today?
Well, congrats. How long have you been married?
Actually, it's not our wedding anniversary. We actually, 20 years ago today, decided to share our lives together. So, we've been married 9 years, but 20 years ago, we decided to be moving. So, yeah. So, yeah.
20 years?
I'm 40 years old, so it's half my life. So where do you live?
Really?
Where do you live? All right, you're going to be maybe in a hall to get here. Yeah, but living in real quick, you're used to commuting.
It's true, everything is free, so we just paid the trip today. My wife and we decided to stay on her, have to do some things in ready to do. Yes, ma'am?
Well, you're getting thrown right into the frying pan today.
I know, that's what I heard. It's like,
There's a lot of information to go over. 53 years. Okay, so tell them you got married or something?
Yeah.
53 years. Yeah, that's incredible.
We're going to start the video, but I have to put the sound on.
Okay.
Oh, there's another 150 pages there. Supposed to read right now?
Well, I actually listed it online.
Okay, so now this is. Okay, this is what it's on. So this is one
As far as you can, it doesn't have a
we shut the door? Can we shut the door?
Thanks, Daryl.
Unlock it though.
Quick question. Where I'm sitting, will you be able to pick me up on video?
Yeah, okay, that's kind of what we planned.
Okay, are we ready to turn the mics on?
Is there, are there microphones or speakers out in the hall? You can quite see where he is.
Well, that's their camera, it's not mine.
I see. Okay, so I will.
They can, I think they can zoom it though, I think they can.
You can do both. I will be on camera. YouTube.
I think these monitors,
She's standing very different outcome. He's on.
Oh, is he? Yeah, they forgot there is Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. That's okay. Are we all set now?
I'm going to turn your microphones on. Back to that screen.
I'm calling the March 25th meeting, regular meeting of the Planning Commission to order. First item of business is public comment. This is for items that people want to address the commission on that are not on tonight's agenda, and you would have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone that wishes to speak during public comment?
Are the speakers on outside?
They should be, yeah, they're probably just.
Give a little test so she can hear.
Comment on the item not on the agenda, anybody here for public comment? Just basic, just not on the agenda.
Oh, no.
Is there anyone on Zoom? All right, then, if there is no public comment, we will move on to, and there are no minutes, so we'll move on to the modification, revocation of the conditional use permit P97-32 for the Smith Pit Tailings Mine. So I will turn it over to staff.
It's not on.
We should tell them to quiet down so we can see if we can.
Test.
Could everyone quiet down for a little bit? We just want to see if the speakers work out here.
Testing,
Get your mask off so they can actually hear you.
testing, sound in the lobby.
Okay. No, I'm not sure. From the run to my mask on at all.
You can take it off. People
Take it off
do
here?
when they're at the podium, yes.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Kim Hunter, the Planning and Building Director. I'll be presenting this item this evening along with David Colbeck, Senior Environmental Compliance Specialist with Department of Transportation, and Bella Hedke, Associate Planner with the Planning Department. And Bella helped a great deal on the staff report. What?
There you go.
And she helps with technical things as well. So, the item before you this evening is the Trinity County Planning Commission consideration of the Smith Pit 2 tailings project, which is use permit P-97-32. There are 2 additional items provided to you this evening, a comment letter and then a letter of correspondence. Make sure you've received those. Okay. Trinity Sand and Gravel is the owner of the and operator of the Smith Pit 2 tailings project site. Their consultant agent is Vestra Resources. This location is in Junction City area off of Red Hill Road. The assessor's parcels numbers, there's 3 of them that make up the site, which are listed in your staff report. The approximate acreage of those parcels are 10.3, 7.85, and 43.59 acres. However, the mine site itself, the area of operation, is approximately 9 acres where the activity is occurring. The general plan designation for these parcels is split zoning, split general plan and zoning between rural residential and open space. The zoning district also is rural residential and open space. The area where the 9 acres are located with the mining operation are within the open space district, which is a use allowed with a use permit. Overlay zone on the majority, pretty much all of the parcel is a flood hazard zone, which is floodway, meaning the actual area of the river, Trinity River, and then 100-year flood hazard zone. The adjacent land uses to the site include to the north BLM, to the south residential undeveloped property, east residential and BLM, Bureau of Land Management, west residential. So there's a mix of open space, zoning, and some public lands in this area. The staff recommendation tonight is to receive a staff report presentation, hold a public hearing to receive public comment, provide direction to planning staff, and then staff recommends that this item be moved, that a motion be made and item be continued to the May 13th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting to allow for a few things to happen, including allow planning staff adequate time to verify compliance status with all conditions, present findings of the Surface Mine and Reclamation Act, SMARA inspection, which is scheduled for April 8th, 2021, and allow planning staff to adequate time to compile any modified conditions for commissioners to consider at that meeting on May 13th. Okay, so that brings us to the background section of the staff report. And for the background section, we do have, hopefully have Director of Transportation Rick Tippett on Zoom. Rick will go over the importation of slide material that was brought into the Smith Pit mining site. And then David Colbeck will have some comments on the Surface Mine and Reclamation Act. And then it will come back to me and I will be going over conditional use permit, flood permit, reclamation plan, and the rest of the staff report. So Debbie, do we know if Rick's on the line?
He is.
David, would you like to speak before Rick, or? Okay.
If Director Tippett's ready to go, I'm happy to wait.
Go ahead, Director Tippett.
Okay, thank you. Rick Tippett, Department of Transportation, Director of Transportation. We had a problem at the time with It was actually not a county problem, but a state highway problem with 299 being closed at French Creek Road due to a landslide that was considerable in size. If you head west on 299, I believe it's just after you pass Tillamook, you can see the side of the hillside was scraped clear to clear this landslide. At the time, there was an emergency need for Caltrans to find areas to dispose of dirt, and there were 3 primary areas identified. The first primary area was the Burnt Ranch dump, which if you've been to the dump recently, you'll see the hillside was filled in considerably going up the side. The second area was above Big Bar, where the old dump used to be. And again, same thing, they filled in a considerable amount of area to dispose of this material. And then the third one was where they took some of the more materials that could be processed and they took them to the Smith Pit Mine in Junction City to be disposed of. And they had a permit, or the permit was modified to allow them to operate 24 hours a day because this was, again, an emergency at the time, a critical transportation route, which is 299, had been closed off. That was considerably affecting the communities upstream and downstream of the location where it was closed. You might recall they actually had to bus the kids to the slide location, and the kids had to walk across the slide and then get into another bus to continue on. And so it was something that was very critical that we needed to reopen at the time. Again, it was a Caltrans project. Caltrans was required to meet all the mitigating requirements of the permits that were on this job site. But the one mitigation that we did require from Caltrans and mainly from the Smith Pit Mine owners at the time was that you could do this, but before you accepted any other Caltrans project, you needed to permit the activities that had happened and permit your future actions. And so I believe that's what brings us to this point here. With that, I can answer any questions.
I have a question, Madam Chair. Madam Chair?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Rick, this is Mike McHugh. I have a question. I think you mentioned that it was under a permit that they brought in the material from the slide. Did I understand that correctly?
It was under the original use permit, and I can't recall the date of that right now, but it was my employee Jan Smith at the time had informed me that they had the original use permit.
Okay, then maybe staff at some point can point out where that's in the permit. My understanding, the permit says material may not be brought on site, so just a little bit we can clarify at some point.
And I agree that you're talking about the original permit from 1997, I think it is?
Yes.
Yeah, that was not in that permit.
May I?
Yes, please.
Hey, Rick. So a record request was given to the county asking for contracts or permits given to the site, including the emergency contracts, but nothing was returned that would allow the CUP to be overturned for an emergency. Do you have this contract in writing?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Again, this was a Caltrans project on the Caltrans highway, and Caltrans had requested that they be able to process dirt there 24 hours a day, and we, at that time, it was essentially, direction given to me was, make it happen to alleviate this emergency. And so that was, we were trying to do what we could to get the highway reopened.
So thank you for that. Can you show me in Trinity County Code where there is a statute for emergencies and how they interact with or supersede special use permits and zoning and land use requirements?
May I interrupt, Commissioners? I do apologize. It's a great question. I do want to just clarify something, at least in terms of staff's intent for how this meeting would proceed, at least in the beginning in terms of entry into the conversation. And to that point, it's just that Rick was going to speak to the background of the slide itself, and I understand the questions you're asking are relevant to that. but I was hoping that we could go through the rest of some portion of a presentation, and then at that point bring it back to a panel where these types of questions could be asked and then the appropriate person could respond. That's my request now, if that's fair.
That works very well, thank you.
Sorry, okay, thank you. And to that point, I had asked Director Tippett if he could be on call where I could notify him if there was a specific question that was directed toward him. So either he will be on the line waiting and keeping up with the conversation, or otherwise he will be available as he is needed. So apologies for the interruption, Commissioners.
No, thank you before we went off on too great a tangent at that point. Thank you.
So I'll just say good evening, how about that? So Madam Chair, Commissioners, and new Commissioner Sharp and Eden, good to meet you. Thank you for being here. My name is David Kolbeck, and I'm Senior Environmental Compliance Specialist for the Department of Transportation. I'm here principally to speak about my role in mining operations in general with the county, for this site in particular. To do that, I think I need to speak somewhat to SMARA, and that is something that Director Hunter had already mentioned, is the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act, SMARA. From here on out, I'll just refer to it as SMARA. It is a legislative act through the state of California that was passed in 1975. And in that act, they basically are focusing not so much on, and if I could paraphrase the act in general, I suppose, not so much focusing on particular operations or how operations are run, but rather on the reclamation of sites after operations are complete. So that's a fine point to mention in the name itself, the Reclamation Act. It is not meant that the mining operation is for reclamation purposes. It's really just to make sure that there's no legacy effects left after a mining operation has ceased to operate, to do business. So SMARA, it is run by the Department of Conservation, California Department of Conservation, and by the Division of Mineral Resources. So in SMARA, in that act, they basically define who a lead agency is. It's a government piece of legislation that basically dictates to a municipality or a county as a lead agency to actually enact the requirements within SMARA itself. They do oversight. There are funds paid by each mining operations to the Division of Mineral Resources for the upkeep of their permits and for a variety of other reasons that I won't go into. But basically, Trinity County is acting as the lead agency to oversee any mining operation that meets certain requirements, specifications, as detailed in SMARA. So we are the lead agency. As the lead agency, we basically are following our own county code, Chapter 17.30A, which is very similar to SMARA, not in terms of depth and detail, but it mirrors the idea and the structure of SMARA itself. So we have our own county code that essentially matches the state law. So some things that SMARA requires, I'll just boil it down to principally the nuts and bolts of it is the reclamation plan itself. And that again is something that is required for any mine to operate. They first have to put a reclamation plan together. At that point, the county or the lead agency, they can permit however they wish to permit it, whatever the local rules are. In our case, it's a conditional use permit. But the reclamation plan has to be part of that and has to be approved by the lead agency, has to be approved by the Division of Mineral Resources, DMR. And in that reclamation plan, well, it can go all over the board in terms of what it actually needs to be. There's some sort of requirements, but in terms of all the different types of surface mining operations, the reclamation plan itself can really fit the site, I think is the point. One requirement of that, of course, is the idea of the end use. What does the reclaimed site need to look like after the fact? After everything's all buttoned up, what should it look like? And it needs to fit a use that is appropriate for the local or the lead agency. Of course, there's the use permit I mentioned that in some ways, is tied at the hip with the reclamation plan. Our conditional use permit, the reclamation plan, they more or less go together, but in some ways are actually overseen by different agencies. One is the commission or Trinity County, and SMARA being overseen principally by the state agency. Another key component to consider is, yes, the reclamation plan, but there's also a financial assurance, essentially a bond. And that is where you have to estimate how much it's going to cost in order to do the reclamation of the mine itself, in terms of years, in terms of hours, equipment, man hours, vegetation, anything that it might cost, you have to estimate that. And then you have to bond it. And so we have a bond for any mine that has a reclamation plan in the county. It could range from a couple $1,000s to many tens of thousands of dollars, depending on the type of site. Again, that's very flexible depending on the operation. But the point of it is, if after 30 days of completing the mining operation, as in they close down, they need to enact that reclamation plan, that money is, they're supposed to pay for it themselves, and we will give them their bond back after they have completed the reclamation. If they do not, then we can essentially seize that bond and do the reclamation ourselves. So then again, there again, SMARA requirements, reclamation plan, financial assurance, and I will leave that there. I do feel like I need to speak to something of the institutional background within Trinity County itself, and that is, we are the lead agency, as I just mentioned. My predecessor with the Department of Transportation, as Director Tippett had mentioned, Jan Smith, Senior Environmental Compliance Specialist Jan Smith, had been in charge of mines for a number of years, and I would say that she was very good at it. I took over that position in the end of 2017. I was certified to actually be a mine inspector by the end of 2018. And since 2018, I have principally been in charge of inspecting mines, reporting about mines, and adhering to the requirements of both our county code and SMARA. To that point, I do have to admit that my priorities and my work have principally been laid elsewhere, and that, as will probably come out in a discussion tonight, is that inspections have not been regular, not only with this particular operation, but others. And that is something I take responsibility for. I don't want to have excuses, make excuses, but I do want you to understand something of the institutional change that has happened over the last couple of years, both in terms of my position, but also internal discussions for placing the responsibility of the inspector of mines back to the planning department, essentially taken out of the Department of Transportation. Those discussions have been going on for quite a while in terms of how to do that and the mechanism to do that. So it's not that we haven't been doing anything, it's the notion that we're trying to figure out the mechanism and the method for how to proceed, not just with this operation in discussion tonight, but all operations in the county. And of course, Director Hunter coming on board after Director Tippett left the position as the director of the planning department. All those go to the point of institutional background, and I'm happy to speak about that further. In terms of, and this is the last thing I'll say, I hope, site background in terms of compliance with what I've just mentioned in terms of SMARA and other requirements. They have a reclamation plan. It is in your packet. They do have a financial assurance, a bond. That is not something that I can produce for you, but it is something I can check if you request of me. Our office is closed and the safe is closed, but I can do that. They, of course, have the use permit, and that I can say they are in good standing, although I have not inspected the site recently. The next inspection for SMARA purposes is scheduled for April 8th, I believe. Yep. And I will thank the operators for helping to make that happen in terms of my scheduling and working to make sure that that occurs. So that being said, I'm happy to be part of a panel as we move forward, but I will pass the mic back to Director Hunter.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions?
I'll wait till they're all finished.
Okay. I just want one point of clarity. So basically what you're saying is that for SMARA, so long as they perform their reclamation after their mining is done, they can do anything with the mine site so long as it fits within their conditions.
Well, I mean, in a vague sense. I mean, the Division of Mineral Resources approved their reclamation plan. They reviewed it and approved it. And so the conditions and the description of the mining operation that's within that reclamation plan, they approved. The state, SMARA, approved. So,
The end result. for this location as open space corridor.
Exactly, and so within that, okay, I'll just, to make it louder, the end use, the specific end use for this operation is open space corridor, where they actually don't need to plant any vegetation. It's meant to be essentially open space. It's a very limited reclamation plan. But to your question, yes, the SMARA does require that they adhere to the reclamation plan and what's described in it. And
Okay,
if
so-
the operation is described in a certain way, then SMARA would be interested in how they're operating.
Okay,
But more specifically, SMARA is interested in terms of the volumes of material that are being removed from a mine on an annual basis, because that is what their fee structure is based off of. So based off of the cubic yardage, they will pay a certain amount to the state every year. I have not heard of a case where they would be looking into the actual details of the operation itself in terms of best management practices or functions or specific conditions that are required by the lead agency.
okay, thank you.
Yes, so just to clarify, you have that specific end result, and as long as it's consistent with the zoning and the reclamation plan, that's identified. Okay. Okay, so as mentioned earlier, there's a conditional use permit, flood development permit, and a reclamation plan combined for this project. The floodplain development permit is because there's activity and development occurring within the floodplain, 100-year floodplain, and near a floodway. These were approved in 1997. Since that time, as Director Tippett indicated, there was an amendment application that was submitted and has been discussed before a bit at our October meeting. That is still active and awaiting the CEQA process for that. But due to the nature of the complaints received, this before moving too far into that amendment, we felt it was important to present this item and address the issues that we were getting complaints on. The amendment application request includes, proposes additional on-site processing equipment, some of which has been on the site, and that includes a rock crusher and gravel washing.
Are you saying that a rock crusher and a washer have been on site?
Yes, they have been on site in
They
the
have been.
past, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And that if you, in the Trinity sand and gravel letter and information, yeah, there's backup for that.
Thank you.
Also, there's an existing truck scale that it was not in the original use permit or reclamation plan, and also to modify the boundaries of the mining area. In the end, a total of 500,000 cubic yards of material was brought in to the site, and a portion of that slide material does go past the boundaries of the current mining site, so they need to be adjusted. And that's stockpiled at the southeast portion of the mining site. So as you are aware, ongoing complaints have been and continue to be received since 2017 for this operation. And I'll leave it at that. The planning staff has been on site several times and also monitored the area. And there's a timeline that's just a summary of some of those events that occurred up until October 15, 2020. Regarding the complaints received, there's been a very large number of complaints. I think it's safe to say we receive those almost weekly. Not all are included because there were so many, but there is a spreadsheet table summarizing those. And as David mentioned, you have the reclamation plan and the use permit conditions in your staff report as attachments as well. So of the complaints received, there are 8 most common areas of complaints. And we'll list these in those being most prevalent, most common complaints regarding volume to the least. But these are the top issues that have been identified in those complaints received. First, hours of operation. Second, noise. Third, traffic. 4, equipment. 5, school impacts. 6, safety. 7, truck speed. 8, flying dust and flying debris. Regarding conditional use permit compliance, use permit is ultimately enforced through the modification and revocation code section of Trinity County Code 17.32.070. After receiving numerous complaints at the October 8th meeting, the Planning Commission directed staff to put this item on the agenda for consideration of modification or revocation of the conditional use permit. So as I mentioned earlier, while a use permit amendment has been submitted for the mining operation, today's discussion is to allow the Planning Commission to decide whether the original use permit, which is P-97-32, should be modified or revoked, given complaints that have been received since 2017 from the surrounding Junction City community and the Junction City Elementary School. Use permit revocation versus modification. The authority for the Planning Commission to revoke or modify a use permit is outlined in the code. And that is based on a determination by the Planning Commission that the use being conducted is being conducted in a manner detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or in a manner so as to constitute a public nuisance, or in violation of any condition imposed by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission may revoke the use permit if the Planning Commission determines that the detrimental aspects of the use which exist may be alleviated through modification of the use permit. It may make such modifications in lieu of revocation. And just to be clear, revocation is where the use permit is revoked, and in that case, should the use permit be revoked, the existing reclamation plan would need to be implemented, and mining operations would no longer be permitted on the property. That land use entitlement would no longer exist. The designated end use, as mentioned also, is the open space corridor. There's a total of 9 acres to be reclaimed. That's the mining area. And should reclamation work not proceed under this situation, the existing financial assurance would be forfeited to the county, and the county would do the work to complete the reclamation to that end use. In lieu of revocation, detrimental aspects of the use can be alleviated through a modification of the use permit or conditions. Based on the general nature of the complaints received by the Planning Department so far, staff has drafted some modified conditions below, some suggestions based on areas we often have ambiguities and have struggled with. I think it's, I will just go ahead and say the conditions that are in the use permit there's some ambiguity and areas for interpretation. So more specifics in some critical areas could be extremely beneficial. Hours of operation have been an ongoing issue, and what exactly are the holidays. There's a variety of different holidays that people observe School has holidays they observe, so it's hard to know which holidays they're specifically talking about as the condition was written. Again, that's condition number 5. Condition number 5 is, it covers quite a bit actually. And so things like being more specific with holidays. What holidays are we talking about? These are recommendations just for your consideration, examples maybe to start from discussion. Regarding mechanical activity and driving past the school, that's also been area of just issues, I guess I could say. The Red Hill Road is a 2-lane narrow road, and to get to and from Dutch Creek to get onto Highway 299, any trucks or traffic have to pass by the school. And so the way the conditions are written, it's tough because it says half an hour, let's see. Material hauling on Red Hill Road shall not occur during the morning and afternoon periods when children are coming to or leaving the school. 1/2 hour prior to and 15 minutes after the start of school, and for a 45-minute period after school ends. Well, that has been problematic for the reason that children are present and coming to school at different times. There's a morning program and an afternoon program. That means there are children coming to school not just at start times and end times of instruction, but they can be present. So there's just been a lot of questions about that. Some more specific information and some designated times would be also extremely helpful in this situation. Condition number 7 is another area, in that some suggested added language regarding trucks hauling material, that any material be covered or dampened. Of course, that comes to flying debris and dust coming from the material in the trucks. And then condition 17 is would be a new condition, and that would propose some new code enforcement and some enforcement language in the conditions. That's just a suggestion for your consideration, and that is just giving staff a little more direction on how to proceed in these issues when we do have potential violations of protocol. Okay, so I think that is it. There's some other conditions that definitely could use some more specifics. Condition number 6, for example, questions about equipment that can be on site. And we had really no suggestions for that, but there's definitely not limited to these conditions that we presented in the staff report for modification. Lastly, let's see, just to go over the attachments, there's a zoning map for your review so you can see where the split zoning is on the site and how the zoning works. There's been some questions on that because the parcel viewer online is not correct, so there's been a little bit of confusion about the zoning. So you have a zoning map, a general plan map, the reclamation plan, the conditional use permit, complaints received from January 2nd, 2020 to March 18th, 2021, public comments received as of March 2021, and email correspondence in addition to the 2 items passed out tonight and the memos. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you. And we're happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Sharp. I'd like to ask a question of staff.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Kim, thanks for your presentation. It was very insightful. Appreciate your time. My question is, who's responsible for the stockpile that was brought to the Smith pit? Is that the state, the county, or the owner? And I'm kind of speaking, you know, let's say the Smith pit ceased to exist. Who's responsible for all this new material then?
Thank you, Commissioner Sharp. David Colbeck again. I hope not to be too long-winded here in an explanation, but again, part of the role for a SMARA inspector, myself, essentially for the county, is to inspect every year in order to adjust the financial assurance in order to assure that if the operation were to close tomorrow, that the financial assurance was enough in order to get to the end use that's described and approved in the reclamation plan. So to that answer, the amount of material that is there now, if the operation were to close, or honestly, if the use permit were to be revoked by the commission, then the funds that are available currently in bond are not enough to remove all that material. And that is part of the reality that we're discussing today.
So when the agreement was made to haul the material to the Smith pit, did the county or the state accept responsibility for that? Because there was obviously an emergency highway fund put together to move the material. So what was their plan on reclamation for that material?
From what I understand, and if Director Tippett is online, although I don't expect that he is, from what I understand of the agreements in an emergency situation like this, with a landslide like the French Gulch slide, Caltrans is responsible for getting the highway back in line. What they do typically, as far as I understand, is that they will contract with a hauler in order to remove the material. That hauler, as in somebody with a dump truck, that hauler will then have an arrangement with a location where that material is deposited. And Caltrans is basically twice removed from the actual location that the material is left. And to go off on a small, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, that just seems awful convenient.
I've had many conversations with Director Tippett about this in my role as environmental compliance, and he has had many conversations with Caltrans. We, as in terms of Trinity County Department of Transportation, are very concerned about that because as we're trying to maintain our own facilities, our own roads, we are running out of places to deal with landslides that we have to deal with. We don't have a place for spoils, a place to deposit material. A lot of them have been used up. And that is a concern of ours, and we wish to work with Caltrans to clean up that type of contracting where it does not benefit us if all those sites are used up and no more are identified. So those are ongoing conversations that Director Tippett is, they're higher level conversations, I should suggest, with Caltrans themselves, and he can refer to that perhaps at a different time. I also want to point out that another couple things that I believe get to your question. There is no mention really of depositing material, that I recall anyway, in the use permit or the reclamation plan. And it's more common that a reclamation plan for a mine operation will define the operation as, say, scoop and haul, as in they're scooping material and they're removing it off of the mine, selling it somewhere, processing it in one fashion or another. There is no real mention of the actual deposition of new material. It's fairly vague, and that I think is why several mines have been used, because it is an emergency and it's fairly vague and they can use the material. So it is in some ways an issue of convenience. The enormity of the landslide that we're discussing was not convenient at all. That material had to go somewhere. And so that is, again, part of the double bind that we're in. But it's important to recognize that the reclamation plan, again, as far as I recall, does not speak to the deposition of slide material. And I believe it should. I believe that if they are ever possibly going to accept material, then they should be including that into their language, and that is a request I've made of Vestra, who is the consultant for this operation, in the development of their amendment, which is for a different time. The third thing that I will say, and again, so not to belabor it, is that the particular operation here, oftentimes it will have an end date on it. Say in the reclamation plan, it says it will be done in 2020 or 2030, whatever it might be. This particular one says 2020 or when the gravel is gone or the cobble is gone. So basically it's very open-ended sort of phrasing, which was put into place in the original reclamation plan and approved. So while there is plenty of material still there, obviously because of the slide material as well as other existing cobble, the operation is ongoing.
Pardon me.
So,
Excuse me, Bill. Let me see if anybody else has a question, then we can come back to you if that's all right.
absolutely.
Yes, Mike.
David, you mentioned that the financial assurance is currently not adequate. Has it been updated at all since this $1,600 that's in the original reclamation plan, which is not enough to motivate a backhoe to... Might motivate it, I meant mobilize it.
Motivated too. Excuse me, we have a question, I believe, for Mr. Colbeck
Or staff.
or staff.
I'll let David handle this one.
Can you hear me on this microphone? I
Yes.
apologize, the camera is not on me for the public. This is David Colbeck again. I'm just moving to my desk to look for a particular file. I believe the simple answer is correct, that those numbers were adjusted, not by myself, in terms of the financial assurance numbers were adjusted, but by my predecessor. But without looking into each of the records, which obviously would take me a little bit of time, I cannot give you a specific answer to that. I was just having a side conversation with Director Hunter about another assurance documentation, which, if I recall correctly, was attributed more to the amendment or another site, and perhaps Mr. Buick can speak to that more specifically, but I do not have that in front of me. My immediate recollection is that this $1,600 that you're seeing currently in the reclamation plan, it's in that ballpark. And if your point is that that doesn't speak well to the amount of slide material, then I can't refute that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Just for clarity, in your discussion, you mentioned that it's ambiguous, that a lot of the use permit is ambiguous as what is allowed. It doesn't specifically allow for material to be brought in. But under conditions of approval number 1, it clearly states, all mining operations and activities, methods of mining and equipment used, and the area to be mined shall be described in the approved final reclamation plan. And there is nowhere that it describes bringing material in. So isn't that very crystal clear?
I won't debate with you whether that's crystal clear or not. One point that I would make is that oftentimes if something is not specifically excluded, then it is not excluded. Even though that language that you just read, which if you pointed to the page specifically, that would be helpful, of course, but...
It's conditions of approval in the use permit.
In the use permit.
It's attachment 4 in the staff report.
It's the first sentence.
In the reclamation plan, or no, attachment?
No, it's attachment 4.
In the use permit itself, I see. So no, I'm not going to say debate whether that's specific or not specific enough, but I will make those points that, as a rule, I would like this to be cleaned up in a way where it is either inclusive or exclusive, and specifically and explicitly so.
Can you explain what shall means then?
Shall means shall, in terms of a legal word, absolutely. And
is that must?
As opposed to may.
Is that must?
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
I would agree, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a good point, Commissioner, and I don't want to be adversarial in my, or
No need for that.
my answer. I do want to reiterate that in my position now in my involvement in this particular issue is that I would hope and expect that language could be forward-looking enough that it would deal with known problems that have occurred in the past. And by that, I mean specifically means slide material. And that is my expectation moving forward. Thank you.
I have a question about the material that is contained on the site, about the makeup of the cobble. Is any of it serpentine rock?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay.
That should be mentioned, by the way, in the original environmental document, the CEQA document, the mitigated negative declaration, I believe that was prepared for this operation. And that, I don't know that is a part of your existing file, but it is in my files. And that is something in terms of geology or hazards that would have been addressed at the point that CEQA document was originally accepted by the commission at the time, I should say. And also understand, so the simple answer is no, I do not believe so. I would have to dive into it to check, but I don't believe there's any serpentine in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Stewart, were you specifically asking about the slide material or the existing material site?
The existing site material,
Okay.
actually both, but what I was specifically asking about was the original material.
Okay.
But that's a good point. Is there any serpentine rock on the slide material that?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay.
So my answer to that, to be more clear though, is that when I originally saw the contract between Caltrans and the hauler and the mine, when that was an issue that was raised, what is this material? I recognized that there could be a concern for some, say lead, for example. And so we did
Or asbestos.
We did require testing. We call it the lead test specifically. We did require testing of that material to assure that it would be hazardous. And I believe that is in your staff report as well. So
Yes.
those results.
Thank you.
I have a question I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Director, page 6 of the staff report, condition 17, the new one.
Mm-hmm.
The report leaves me hanging at the end of paragraph C under code enforcement. I'm just dying to know how that sentence completes.
Uh-oh.
Shella, any suggestions? How you wish it to be completed?
If I could jump in there, that actually is a fair answer, because this particular item was meant that there could be a number of different mechanisms that would be in place in order to address an enforcement issue. And so whether that be a fine or fee, or whether that would be some other mechanism to verify the validity of any particular complaint. There's a lot of room in this in terms of how an enforcement agreement would be written that would satisfy both legally our method for moving forward and verifying complaints, as well as the operator can expect for any sort of fines or fee schedules that would be required. So choose your own adventure, I suppose, is what.
Dot. But yeah, I mean, yeah, fill in the blank. Return to the planning commission for review. I mean, it could be a number of options there. There's also one thing I want to speak to. Sometimes when there's inconsistency between the use permit and the reclamation plan, the state will say they go with the use permit if there's an inconsistency. Say something's, mentioned a little differently in the reclamation plan or something. In one case I've experienced a seed mix was different for revegetating, and a seed mix was a seed mix. I just did. A seed mix variation was a little different in the reclamation plan from the use permit, and when it came down to it, the state said you go with the use permit, because that was the final approved document. And maybe it didn't make it into the reclamation plan, or so. Just as a guiding principle in this discussion, should there be an inconsistency or question, the use permit prevails.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Lee?
I'm absorbing right now.
Okay.
Can I ask some questions?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
I have some questions, just to wrap my mind around about the 500,000 cubic yards that was brought in. I believe it'd be Rick Tippett that would be able to answer, but maybe David Colbeck could answer as well. A record request was given to the county asking for the contracts or permits given to the site, including the emergency contracts, but nothing was returned that would allow for a CUP to overturn an emergency. Do you have that contract in writing?
I have to be honest, I'm not sure how to answer that question. Can you rephrase it, please? My concern is about the CUP overriding an emergency and about the contract.
Yeah, so there was an emergency contract that was written to bring material onto this site. Was there a contract? Do you have that contract?
And again, I tried to describe that earlier, but it was a contract between Caltrans and a hauler.
Right.
And then a fee structure, I believe, at the mine operation itself. That is the contract I'm referring to, or are you thinking of a different one?
Well, as the lead agency, I would speculate that you would be involved in overseeing this process.
So there I would refer back to Director Tippett's comments, who at that time was Director of Planning, in those dual roles, of course, planning and transportation. And so the fact of the emergency, he made the decision of where and how to place that material, and that was with the use of the existing conditional use permit. So if the question becomes, did that decision under emergency conditions, say, violate the permit, or more specifically jeopardize the operator themselves because they entered an agreement with the county? There, I don't believe there was a written contract, but I'm not sure. That would be a question directly of Director Tippett.
Is Director Tippett available to answer questions?
He is by my phone call if he is not already on the...
Yeah, and for clarity, can you provide me in the Trinity County Code where there's a statute for emergencies and how they interact or supersede use permits and zoning and land use requirements?
I cannot. I would defer to the planning department for that specific answer.
Is that Kim?
Yes.
Is there a place that you can point me to?
There is not.
There is not. Okay, thank you. And so, for that clarity then, if they did supersede, if the contract that may exist does indeed have the authority to supersede the CUP, does it change the requirements of the CUP forever, or just for that particular emergency contract?
It's a great question, a great point. I would suggest, one, that we actually do get Director Tippett on the line if we're able. May I take a moment, Debbie? Is he available?
He's not on.
Okay, then I will make that call when I have a moment. But I do not really believe it was a contract, and I don't think that that's the right term. A contract between the county, such as Department of Transportation or otherwise, and the particular mine operator. That it would not have been a contract. It's not a cash service, for example. It's a typical contracting mechanism that would be used between a department and an entity at that time. It was rather, I would say, in a decision or an agreement. And Director Tippett did allude to the agreement or some conditions on the agreement, such as no further slide material would be received without modification of the underlying conditional use permit, if you recall when he was speaking earlier. Is it the will of the commission that I attempt to reach Director Tippett?
Yeah, actually at the October 8th meeting, Commissioner McHugh asked for him to be present.
We're trying to make him available, which is what I'm attempting to do now.
Yes, please. And while you're doing that, Commissioner Heath has a question.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm sorry. I'm from Ruth. In this area, I've only been on 299 east of here about twice in my life. And so, when you talk about Junction City, how far is that from here? Is it
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
miles, yeah.
Is there enough, because it was like y'all were talking about a place to dump the site. How far from the slide was the rock, this permit we're looking at here, this mine, how far was it from the slide area?
Do you know how far the slide was?
About 20 miles.
About 20
Give
miles,
or
so
take.
farther west?
It was to the west, correct.
Okay, and because also it's like, because they were talking about dropping it in the mine, because I vaguely remember there was another, the one time that I remember driving it during the daylight, there was another mining operation
Correct.
somewhere in the vicinity. I don't know how far it was, but I was just wondering what's the distance. I know when you're making decisions like that, distance and traveling and trucking plays a part and all that, and you're trying to do things as quick as you can, but what would have been the distance to the other mine? And I don't even know the name of the other
You must
mine.
be referring to Eagle
Eagle
Rock.
Rock, I assume. So Eagle Rock is, you could almost say next door. Eagle Rock has also received some slide material for different slides that have occurred since the French Gold slide. So that is something to take note of, is that because of the situation at Smith Pit, and essentially or practically not being available for the deposition of slide material, other mines or locations are being sought, I suppose, and Eagle Rock is one of them. But so the commissioner understands that where the location of the French Gulch slide occurred, it was a roughly 20-mile, I would say, my numbers are going to be rough, 20 miles to Junction City one way, and then another, say, 15 miles west to Burnt Ranch the other way. So for trucks to actually make this occur, round-the-clock trucking was required, where they would pick up a load, go to Burnt Ranch, come back to the slide, pick up a load, and go to Junction City and make that loop continuously. So it was quite an effort in order to keep the road open.
Well, I appreciate it, because I was just trying to get a mental picture within my mind of what we're dealing with here.
And it was quite a significant distance to haul too, more than you would typically want.
I also want to mention that both of those operations have amendments into the reclamation plan to update and address.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, Commissioner Sharp, did you still have questions?
No, Madam Chair, I think it was clear that the owner of the mine is responsible for the 500,000 cubic yards.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
may I ask a question?
yes, of course.
Thank you. So I've received numerous statements from my district claiming that that they were told that Caltrans, this site was solely chosen because they underbid Eagle Rock. Do you have any knowledge of
That
of
would be
this?
a question for Rick.
Oh, that would be a question for Rick, yeah. That's-
I would jump in and say, no, I do not have any specific knowledge of that, but I'm curious of the reason to know. Did Rick sign on? Sorry, cryptic answers.
Oh, there he is now.
Okay.
Yeah, again, it was a Caltrans project, and it was administered by Caltrans. So the exact selection of the sites that were done was based on Caltrans' process towards getting the project going. So I can't tell you what the bids were or anything about between Eagle Rock and this place, other than the folks that were there had the ability to accept what was needed at the time.
So the ability being the infrastructure, the manpower, but not the right zoning designation or permission from the county. So if I wanted to make a contract on my land to receive material on my property, that would be between myself and Caltrans and not the county?
Correct. You still have to comply with the current things that are in place, unless, as I said earlier, it was an emergency situation.
Right, but there's no understanding of why they didn't choose to go to Eagle Rock.
I'd like to, Yeah, I'd like to point out that after the first time that they did it, there was a second time that they had to clear rock, and they went back to dumping at that place. And at that time, I cut them off and said, "You're not allowed to dispose of material here because you haven't carried out what you were required to earlier." And that was when they went to Eagle Rock on the second project and dumped up there.
So it shows that Eagle Rock was an available resource to dump material in this emergency situation. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Thank you.
Again, I was not privy to that information. It's a Caltrans highway information. The request that we had is, are these areas available? Can we get moving on them?
Thank you, Rick. Any questions? Any further questions? All right, I think we're done with you, Rick. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anytime if you need me, I can come back.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rick.
So, Kim, is there anything? No. Okay. Then I guess it's time to open to public comment. For this comment period, we're going to allow 20 minutes for the Trinity Sand and Gravel to present their side of things, Mr. Buick and his representative. There will also be 10 minutes for the representative of the people that are opposed to Trinity Sand and Gravel, and 10 minutes for the representative of the Junction City Schools. And after they have spoken, then there will be 3 minutes each for public comment. And at the end of public comment, there will be 6 minutes of rebuttal for Trinity Sand and Gravel, and there will be 6 minutes of rebuttal for those who are opposing the continuation of the permit. And it's up to them how they divide that 6 minutes up. I would suggest 3 minutes for the representative and 3 minutes for the school, but that's up to you. So with that, we will open public comment to Trinity Sand and Gravel.
Hello, thank you.
Mr. Buick?
Yes.
When do you want your PowerPoint put up?
Just after I'm done, I'm going to have my acoustical engineer come out. Hello, my name is Judd Buick. I'm the owner and operator of Trinity Sand and Gravel. I purchased Smith Tailing Pit from Clint Robinson in spring of 2018. Since we purchased, we've been trying to remove all this slide material that was brought in by Mr. Robinson, as well as processing the tailing piles, which also need to be removed per the reclamation plan. During our time at the Smith Pit, we've also been trying to clean up some bone piles and such that Mr. Robinson left. We are a very small operation with 3 full-time employees, all of which are lifelong residents of Trinity County. They make a good livable wage, trying to provide for their family. If this was to shut down, they would in turn lose their job. We've performed many different studies and tests to demonstrate our willingness to abide by the rules and the ordinances of Trinity County, as well as our current use permit. I'd like to touch on a few issues that were in the planning staff report. First off, our operation strictly only operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., with mining operations stopping at 4 p.m. We do not work weekends, we do not work nights. We can attest to this with time cards and other proof if need be. We have inadvertently worked on a few federal holidays, as I think Ms. Hunter had said that it's a little ambiguous with the federal holidays, so we have mistakenly worked on some that I believe we weren't supposed to. We take full responsibility for that. We have measures now in place to correct those issues. We've conducted a noise study by an independent third-party firm who will speak about those results here shortly. Again, we are a very small operation. We only average about 10 one-way trips per day with our dump truck. I'd like to point out that we are not the only commercial trucking that goes on Red Hill Road. We've often witnessed, soil trucks and water trucks delivering to other residents on past our pit. We've installed signage at the pit to inform all truck drivers of the time restrictions for the elementary school, telling them not to drive during certain periods of time. We're proposing to pay for speed bumps before and after the school zone, and additional signage if need be. There's been comments brought up about lead within the slide material. This material has been tested by an independent lab and concluded that the levels are at 9.8 milligrams per kilograms, about the same amount that you would find in a rural backyard, far below the level the EPA states as safe range, which is up to 400 milligrams per kilograms. In closing, I just want to say that we are trying to be good neighbors. We are trying to be proactive for the situations that arise. We are trying to work with the public and the community to address any of these concerns. We're just looking for clarity, really, from the staff and the planning department. Thank you. I will pass it on to Paul Baller. Thank you, Paul.
So good evening, Commissioners. Given the distance, would it be okay if I took this? Thank you. So for the record, my name is Paul Ballard. I'm with Ballard Acoustical Consultants, and our office is just outside of Sacramento, California. I have a very brief PowerPoint that I'd like to show. I know that noise is a very critical issue. It's number 2 on the list of complaints, and so I very much appreciate the opportunity to come and speak before you tonight and share some information. So I'm not sure who's running the PowerPoint. If you don't mind, go ahead and starting the first slide. That would be great.
Give me a moment.
Sure. Incidentally, while that's coming up, I'll just say by way of background that around last summer we were contacted to see if we would be interested in doing a noise study for this project. I did not know the applicant. I did not know any of the neighbors. I'm not even familiar with county staff, as it turns out. We submitted a proposal. County reviewed it. We went back and forth, edited a little bit. Ultimately, it was approved by the county. We took on the job and we began work on the project in October of last year. And that'll kind of feed into the slideshow. Terrific. You can go ahead and go to the second slide. Thank you. So in October, I believe it was the 17th, and I'm going to be brief. I know our time is very limited, so I'm going to race through these in the hopes that if there are questions, we can answer those with additional time if necessary. But forgive me for going so fast. But we arrived and we conducted noise monitoring at 7 different locations. One location was a fixed spot on the project site. That's site 1. Site number 2 was at the school. Site number 3 was at the retreat center. 4, 5, 6, and 7 were at residences. We worked with the county to gain permission from those residences to do monitoring on their property. We met with them the day before. We heard their concerns, very real concerns, and about specific activities that take place at the site. We placed meters on their property, and the next morning we commenced some noise monitoring. So if we could go to the next slide. So this is a picture we took with the drone. The main sources of noise that were present on this day were the wash plant. The little circle to the north there represents where our fixed meter, site number 1, was located. There were also mobile equipment front loader, excavator were operating at the site. We can go to the next slide, please. There's a picture from the noise measurement site towards the wash plant. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. These pictures are just various photographs from the locations at the residences and other locations, the school where we set up the noise meters. The intent of the monitoring locations was and we actually asked the people, where do you spend your outdoor time? Where would be an appropriate place for us to monitor at your property? So those are some photos there. If we can go to the next slide, please. So in addition to monitoring the wash plant, we monitored the wash plant for about 2 hours that morning. The wash plant broke a bearing and had to be shut down, but we were able to capture the data that we needed for the wash plant, which I'll demonstrate a little bit later during the period when it was running. All of the meters that were operating in the neighborhood were time synchronized, and we were collecting data second by second, almost like an EKG. So if something changed at the pit site, the question is, how would that affect the levels that we measured at the residences and at the school? So in addition to measuring the wash plant, here we have a picture of the front loader feeding the Grizzly, which is basically sort of a fixed screen where the larger cobble rolls off and the smaller material falls through. We can go to the next slide. This is backblading. The residences specifically mentioned that this was a source of noise concern for them, so we specifically had the applicant do this for us in the fashion that they do it. We measured the noise levels for the backblading. Next slide, please. We measured multiple passes of a front loader to simulate operations on the site with the front loaders moving around on the site from very specific and controlled circumstances. Go ahead and go to the next slide. We measured the excavator, both while it was moving in this slide here, and then the next slide, when it was actually operating from a fixed position and moving rock from one place to the next. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And there's just an overview again, looking out from the fixed noise monitoring location. So what were the noise standards we were trying to hit? If we can go to the next slide. The county general plan has specific noise standards that says, during the course of a 1 hour period, you cannot generate noise that exceeds 55 decibels on my property between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. This is a daytime operation, as Jed had testified earlier, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., so all of the operations fall under the daytime consideration. In addition to the 1 hour period, at no time can your operation exceed 75 dB at one of the neighboring properties or noise sensitive properties. So those were the two critical numbers that we were looking to determine whether or not the site was in compliance. We can go to the next slide, please. So the results are highly complicated, and I want to just take a second to explain them. But this is an example of the measurement results at site 4. The red line below is the level that we measured at site 4. The green line, what was measured during the exact same time at the plant site. So as you can see, to the right part, maybe you can't read it, but it says this is the wash plant operating. You can see the noise levels at site 4 came up during that time period. And so what we did is we said, okay, when the wash plant is operating, it generates this level at the plant. What are the levels at the nearest neighbors, and do they exceed 55 on average? Does anything exceed 75 at any time? Well, at site 4, we didn't see that, but if we can go to the next slide. This is site 5, and this was the noisiest site that we encountered of all of the sites that we monitored. It wasn't the closest site, but it was elevated and it looked down on the plant. If you look at the very first left-hand circle, that was a truck dumping cobble into an empty trailer. And it generated a maximum noise level at site 5 in excess of 75 dB. So it exceeded the county's noise standard. If you look a little bit further to the right, you can see there's front loader activity, that next bigger circle there. Well, none of that data, when the front loaders were running around on the site, exceeded 75 dB at that property, and the average, if you were to work it out, is below 55. So the front loader operations were determined not to be in violation of the county standards, even though the filling of the empty trailer with cobble was. If you go further to the right, you can see again, I'm sorry, previous slide. You see the green area there that's kind of flat? That's the wash plant when it's being fed with material. Then it drops and it's kind of steady again. That's the wash plant when it's not being fed with material. So when the wash plant was being fed with material, that first part, you can see the red lines there exceeded an average of 55. So I bring this up because there is no acoustic sleight of hand here. We measured the levels. They were over the limit. we told the applicant, we put it into a report, it took me a while to get this all together, and that's my fault, not the applicant's, that, hey, you need mitigation for your site. So go ahead and go to the next slide. And we gave them specific mitigation measures, some of which they were doing anyway, like lubrication, the hours of operation. But we said, your wash plant is too loud. You need to suspend acoustic curtains around the wash plant in order to bring it into compliance. The backup beepers were audible, but they didn't really contribute to an exceedance, but I said, swap the beep, beep, beep beepers out with squawkers because they're less annoying. They still meet the requirements of SMARA for safety, but they're less annoying. So we had this conversation in January. Mr. Buick said immediately, we're gonna get right on this. We're gonna install the curtains. We're gonna change out the squawkers. He came up with a plan whereby when they are loading cobble, which apparently, according to him, doesn't happen very often, doesn't matter if it happens once or 100 times a day, it still has to satisfy that 75 dB number. They're gonna line the trailer with sand before they put in the cobble so that the cobble's not hitting an empty trailer, and that's a very feasible and reasonable mitigation measure. So these measures were implemented on the 3rd of March. You can go to the next slide. I think we may need to go 2 slides. On the March 2nd, we returned to the site to conduct additional measurements, and the specific purpose of these measurements was to determine how effective the curtains that were suspended around the wash plant were in reducing the overall levels. We already had data on the backblading, we already had data on the excavator, we had data on the other things. We got a little bit more truck data while we were there, but we were really there to focus on what did the curtains do for us. And I need to apologize to the gal that gave us permission to return to her property. She's been very gracious, and if she misunderstood the purpose of I'd like to let her know that that was not our intent. Our intent was really to focus on the curtains. So if we can go to the next slide, please. You can see the curtains that were installed there. They're black. They're suspended there around the wash plant, and particularly the screen deck of the wash plant, which is the noisiest component. That shakes, and the rocks fall through different levels and get sorted. You can go to the next slide, please. This slide clearly indicates that we had them do multiple truck loading, dumping, and reloading and circulation on the site the whole time that our staff was there measuring the wash plant at the same time. So we got additional truck data, wash plant data. We can go to the next slide, please. These are the results. This is the exact same site. So what we know is with a wash plant operating, it was louder than the trucks and the front loaders running around before. We saw that from the earlier data. Here the wash plant was running continuously. It's still the loudest noise source on the site, but because they suspended the curtains, if you look at the blue lines, now the average is between 45 and 50, and it's not above 55. So the mitigation was effective in bringing the wash plant noise levels down significantly to a point where they're in compliance. Nowhere on there do you see any of the blue lines that exceed 75 dB, that maximum at any time. And there were trucks being loaded, unloaded, operated on the project site, everything. And so where we stand today, you can go to the next slide and I'm almost done. That again is just showing you the previous slide, but we can go ahead and go past that. We've already seen that one. So in conclusion, we were hired, we looked at the site, we said, Judd, you've got a problem. You're over the limit with these 2 noise sources. We said when the aggregate crusher comes in, that's going to be over the limit also. So we didn't pull any punches. That's not what we do. And we don't champion projects and we don't oppose projects. We just analyze projects. So we said, Judd, you've got a problem. You need to implement this mitigation. He did. I said, when the aggregate crusher gets in there, you're going to have to do the exact same thing. You've got to suspend curtains around the crushers and the screen decks. He said, we will. And we can come back and test it again after that comes in. So in conclusion, as things stand today, his operation is in compliance with the county's general plan noise standards that I alluded to earlier. There's one more piece, and that's off-site truck traffic. We looked at worst case days of truck traffic when it was operating on-site, because it's subject to a different noise standard than once it hits a public roadway. It changes. So we looked at both. Our complete report is in your packet. I looked at a day. As Judd mentioned, there's about 10 trucks per average on day. We looked at the highest average day per month, and that worked out to 33 trucks per day, so we used that for our analysis. And then we looked at the absolute worst case day for last year, which was 126 trucks in a single day. And under both the 33 trucks per day and the 126 truck day, the noise levels did not exceed the noise level standards of the county at either the school or any of the nearest residences. So with that, I'll summarize. I'm sorry that was so quick. If there are questions, I'd be happy to answer them either now or later after the public hearing.
Any questions?
That was very thorough, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time. Yes, sir.
When you had the slide and it showed the red and then the blue, and I think it was after, it showed the pictures after the screening, was the red that was high, that was prior to the inflammations of the
No, I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. That was actually the level that we measured at the plant site.
Okay.
That was the steady level coming off of the mitigated wash plant after they had hung the curtains.
Okay.
Okay, and the level below that was the level that we measured at the house that was previously the loudest house of the 7 locations we monitored. Now, we didn't go back and monitor every location again. We figured if we went to the worst case location, any mitigation that brought the noise down at that location would have a similar benefit at other locations. So that was the rationale for going back and testing that one location as well as the plant site after they installed the curtains.
Thank you.
If there are no more, Commissioner Sharp, did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. I'll be available later if you need me.
Questions for Mr. Buick?
No, we can. If Mr. Buell could please come back, we do have a couple questions for you.
Oh, no, fine, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Buick.
Good evening.
I was wondering, have you read your reclamation plan and your use permit?
Yes.
Okay. Because it says in the reclamation plan on page 20, it says actual mining activities will consist only of gravel extraction, screening, and temporary stockpiling. No rock crushing, washing, or asphalt production is proposed on this process. Then I can move to the general plan, ordinance 315, of use permits, and regarding deviations on F, it says deviations, prior approval requirements. No deviation from the project which is a use permit is granted may be made where such a deviation is from the aspect of the project submitted to the Planning Commission and considered by it granting the use permit, unless prior approval for the deviation is granted by the Planning Director as provided by subsection, or a modification of the use permit or approval by the Planning Commission as approved by subsection G in this section. So, did you receive permission from the county to use this wash plant, which explicitly says that is not being used?
Well, that's not how I read it. I read it as a screening unit. This wash plant that you call it is also a screening unit. And also, as I stated in the last meeting in October, when I spoke with Ms. Leslie Hubbard, I believe at the time was Deputy Director, I believe, of Planning. She had simply stated, to continue operations as usual, per waiting on the approval of our application to amend the current use permit.
Thank you, and I'm not in the rock crushing business, so maybe you can provide clarity. When the use permit explicitly says no rock crushing, comma, washing, what is there another interpretation of that?
Again, I did not bring that wash plant on. That was there when I bought the place. When I went in and spoke to Ms. Hubbard, she simply stated to continue operations as it had occurred the last 20 years. As we waited to approve this amendment for the use permit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that leads to a question. How can a wash plant and a rock crusher, which is explicitly prohibited on this use permit, be on this location for the last 10 to 20 years? How, without a violation?
I think that's one of the excellent questions, but let's wait on that.
Okay.
Any further questions?
I had one, it was, when did you acquire the mine?
Spring of 2018, April, I believe.
When was the slide, when did all this stuff?
2017,
2017?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Pleasure.
And nothing from you, Commissioner Sharp?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buick.
Thank you.
Then, do we have somebody who is speaking on behalf of the community? Or at the school, whichever wants to start first.
Hello, Commissioners. Oh, thank you. Okay, awesome. My name is Amanda Berger. I live in Junction City. I'm a lifelong resident there. I'd like to thank the Commissioners for this opportunity. I also want to specifically thank Kim Hunter for her continued efforts to communicate with the Junction City residents about this. Community members have been asking for county oversight for this business for years. I want to clearly state right away that our community is asking you to revoke the use permit for the Smith Pit tailing mine. We're beyond conversation of modifications. The current owner has done nothing to prove he is trustworthy to maintain the privilege of mining at this Junction City site. The current permit is for reclamation. When the 1997 CUP was approved, Jim Smith's intent was never to let this project become a commercial mining exploitation. As a county supervisor for many years, Jim Smith dedicated much of his years as a public servant to the issues of river health. He wanted to see this land become more suitable for wildlife habitat. After the 2017 slide material was brought in, irrevocably impacting our community for years thereafter, many of us started digging into the public records and finding unbelievable amounts of fraud and corruption. For example, Rick Tippett told our community that the slide material was approved to go to that site under an emergency ordinance, but to this day, after request for public records, the county cannot produce proof of this or any documentation whatsoever to support this emergency ordinance. Also, at the time, Rick Tippett was head of both the Planning Department and the Department of Transportation, which is in a conflict of interest in regards to approving that illegal activity and needs to be investigated. Additionally to that, during a community meeting at the North Fork Grange Hall in May 2018, Clint Robeson is recorded saying the Big French Creek slide material was slated to go to Eagle Rock, but ended up on his property because he underbid Eagle Rock. You can listen to this meeting on YouTube if you need to hear it for yourself. I grew up in Junction City. I'm living in the house my parents built, and now I'm raising my son there. The majority of my neighbors have also lived in Junction City longer than this permit has existed. It's not as if we bought our properties knowingly next to an industrial mining complex. The owner of Trinity Sand and Gravel doesn't even live in Trinity County. I have a petition with me tonight with 127 signatures in opposition to this mine. The Planning Department has dozens, if not hundreds, of more formal complaints from our community members filed just in the last few years. After speaking to hundreds of community residents over the last few years, only one person I spoke with is in open support for this business being there. One. The issue of jobs is a distraction from the real issue of non-compliance and unlawful actions. If Judd Buick wanted to responsibly create more work for his employees, he should have done better research about the zoning and permit of this land. It is public record. The value of 3 jobs is nothing compared to the value of an entire community's safety and well-being. This mining operation affects every resident living up and down Red Hill Road, as well as every family who has a child attending Junction City School and all those families for many years to come. That's practically all of Junction City. Our entire community should not shoulder this nuisance, safety risks, and environmental degradation of one business with less than a handful of employees. As you as the commissioners have the power to make the decision that will inexplicably affect the quality of life for hundreds of people. Tonight we need to stay focused on the nuts and bolts of the permit. This land is not zoned for commercial mining exploitation. This land is zoned open space, which is intended to protect significant or critical wildlife habitat areas, or areas which should not be developed due to public health and safety reasons. We have been talking a lot about the 500,000 cubic yards, but I also want to bring back the issue to the current owner and the present issues. The big question I have for the commissioners are, why aren't we talking about the fact that the activities happening right now are not being addressed? How can we have a conversation about modifications with the permit as it is now in complete non-compliance? Can we talk about the excessive number of trucks on the road? The individual that just stated the sound analysis, they acknowledged they had 126 cars on the road in one peak day just in the last year. Can we talk about how there's been hundreds of formal complaints filed and 0 citations? What about the protections to the Trinity River, a federally designated wild and scenic river? This operation is literally working on the edge of the river, even though it's required to have a 100-foot setback from the river corridor. Why has this never been cited during inspections? What about the mandate to remove all equipment from site during the months of September through April, and that all equipment on site is meant to be temporary? What about the expanding mining operations outside of the permitted boundary that's happening to this day? What about the junk piles and old equipment all over the site? When Kim Hunter confronted the business last October about an unauthorized excavator reported being brought on site, staff from Trinity Sand and Gravel said they had it there to remove junk piles. Well, from photo documentation that we have, that has not happened. What about the unpermitted wash plant they have on site? The barrels of fuel, the other hazmat materials? What about the stipulation that 0 processing was supposed to happen on site? The 1997 CUP was in part granted because impacts to the community were mitigated by processing aggregate at the Weaverville site, which Clint owned, which is now, which was zoned appropriately for that. If the Weaverville property is no longer existing in this business model, does that make the permit null and void? There's no proof this business has any intention to fulfill the reclamation activities as mandated. Even with years of public complaints, they continue to operate with overwhelming non-compliance. Reclamation, as it was intended in 1997, is a pipe dream now. We have to work from where we are right now at this moment. It is not lost on me that revoking this permit leaves a mess without a solution or cleanup. However, I'd argue that finding a solution for reclamation is not the question for tonight, nor is it a reason to continue holding hands with and enabling non-compliance. Allowing amendments with the same players in place begs for the same results. It's telling that with this hearing on the horizon, Judd Buick has still been operating outside of the allowed hours. He just lied about this because I have video from people loading trucks on Sunday, February 28th. I took video of this, which included the truck leaving the site, not having sprayed down its material. When one of the drivers stopped at the end of the driveway where I was standing, he kept saying to me, "We weren't working." I'm not sure what world these people are living in to say operating heavy machinery and loading many tons of rock into vehicles to haul out isn't working, especially when their permit only allows for scoop and haul, which is exactly what they were doing. So when they have 45 trucks being loaded in a day, are they not working that day either? There are many clear examples of how Mr. Buick sincerely does not care about the community he's impacting. During a phone call I had with Mr. Buick over 1 year ago, when suggesting he put more effort into communicating with the community he's impacting, he said to me, and I quote, "I'm a businessman, I don't care what the community thinks." And true to his character, he continues to brazenly disregard any community concerns. He has done nothing to mitigate tension with Junction City residents. It would have been so simple for him to refrain from working outside operational hours, especially with this hearing having been scheduled. The fact that he ended his letter to the commissioners in reference to this very evening's hearing by suggesting an amendment to his permit to allow rock crusher is an example of his goals are not for reclamation or the well-being of the community. We're here to talk about revocation and possibly modification, and yet he's offering amendments. Do you think that exhibits a true concern for our community? After years of noise and dust complaints and doing nothing to mitigate those issues, why would he think he should be granted an amendment to allow for an even more piece of impactful equipment? Trinity County, as a lead agency, has completely failed in its responsibility to enforce this permit. Had there been resources and resolve to appropriately regulate this project from the beginning, none of us would be here today. Businesses that do not follow the law, coupled with regulators who do not enforce it, is a recipe for catastrophe and litigation. Junction City is no stranger to rock piles, and we would rather see those piles sit there than to support going forward with a business that has no history of following the law. In response to the issues of lead being brought to the property in January 2019, during the October 8th commissioner meeting, Commissioner Matthews asked Mr. Buick why he would allow lead to be dumped at that site. Mr. Buick lied and said he stopped the activity 2 days after it had begun. This is not true. The work lasted from January 15th until the 25th, so 10 days, and only stopped because community members went to Planning Commission meeting, which prompted Rick Tippett to make it stop. We confirmed from Dave Colbeck at the DOT during that time that 1,800 cubic yards did end up getting left on site before the operations were ordered to stop. It was slated to be 40 to 50,000 cubic yards of soil, and Judd Buick's signature is on this contract. It's a 1.5-page contract, so not too hard to find the section that quotes, "Owner acknowledges the material being deposited on the property contains lead with concentrations above the residential California human health screening level for lead as determined by the California EPA." Judd Buick also signed knowing that there is no allowance for dumping on the site after the community uproar in 2017 and 18, and knowing the material contained higher than safe lead. For every month that's gone by, every year in which Trinity County does nothing, Trinity Sand and Gravel develops more, straying farther away from the reclamation and expanding mining operations.
Amanda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christine Camara, and I'm the superintendent of Junction City Elementary School District. And I'm here to represent our school. I have some of the very vital members of my school community here to join me tonight, and they would also like to address you. Honorable Commissioners, the Junction City School Site Council and District Governing Board are urging you to revoke the permit of the Smith Tailings Project currently operating as Trinity Sand and Gravel. The Smith Tailings Project was originally approved and permitted as a reclamation project. Over the last couple of decades, this reclamation project has operated outside of its approved permit and is currently a for-profit business enterprise with total disregard for the health and safety of the students, staff, and families of our school community. Recently, Trinity Sand and Gravel's behavior has changed a little, but only after numerous public complaints and requests to revoke their operating permit, forcing you to pay attention. Our concern is that they will revert back to their past bad behavior and stop following the rules of their permit as soon as we all stop watching. A bigger concern is that this dangerous behavior and activity has been allowed to continue for decades. Despite the countless complaints, no enforcement occurred to ensure any of the operators were following the conditions of their permit. At this point in time, numerous and detailed complaints have been submitted to the planning department from the school and our community regarding the current operator. Although these concerns were brought to your attention at the Planning Commission meeting on October 8th, Trinity Sand and Gravel continues to operate outside of their permit. Why have they been allowed to continue to operate? You have heard our concerns over and over again. You know that we are worried about the dangerous semi-truck traffic along our students' route to school. You know this is the only route we have to evacuate our students and community in the case of an emergency. You know our concerns about the noise and the rumbling of truck traffic disrupting our students' learning. You know our community is worried about the rock crushing affecting our air quality. And you know that imported rock material containing possible unsafe levels of lead was brought to the site. You allowed this to happen. These facts warrant the questions. Who is monitoring the materials being processed at Trinity Sand and Gravel? Who is ensuring the health and safety of our students? Who is responsible for enforcing the rules of their permit? You have demonstrated that you are not able to enforce the conditions and assurances of the permit that you have granted. Therefore, we believe it is your obligation to revoke the permit issued to the Smith Tailings Project. If you have any concern for the safety and well-being of our students and community, you will revoke the use permit of Smith Tailings Project and end the operations of Trinity Sand and Gravel. Thank you. I'd like to introduce you to some of our students who will take up some of my 10-minute time for the school since they represent our school, but they also are very valued members of our community and deserve the right to have their 3 minutes each as well. So I'm going to bring them in and help them and give them a stool to stand on so they can reach this mic and you can hear them.
Do you actually want them to use, because they certainly can have 3 minutes each.
They won't all take 3 minutes.
Well, it might be better not to have them take up the rest of your 10 minutes, but to have them speak on their own, is what I'm suggesting.
Okay, thank you. I think that what they have to say warrants the rest of my 10 minutes.
All right, but after 10 minutes, if they haven't all spoken, they're done.
No, what I mean is, I'm willing to not take up 10 minutes of my time. I will if you'd like me to.
No, that's fine, but
Okay.
but don't say they're taking up the end of your 10 minutes. They're each going to speak their own, they will each have their own 3 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
You can move that mic down too.
Come on in.
So we're starting over at 3 minutes each.
Christine, would you have them state their name, please?
Yes, they're going to tell you their names and what grades they're in. And if you're okay with it, you'll hear them better if they can take their mask off when they speak.
Hi, I'm Vera, 6th grader at Junction City School, and I'm here to tell you that Trinity Sand and Gravel needs to be shut down. It affects all of us at the school and all of the people who live in JC. Trucks are very loud, screeching back and forth down the road all day long, not to mention the horrid smell of burning rubber and hot exhaust. It's polluting the air and our focus. The students at Junction City are distracted by the loud and annoying noises of your trucks. Even if you're not driving around, the crunching of rocks and booming echoes of the machines you use still makes just as much noise, if not more. A few years back, during the Helena fire, all of Junction City had to evacuate. Imagine if all of the Trinity Sand and Gravel trucks were evacuating as well, rushing by and spilling rocks out of their uncovered tops. That would have been a huge hazard for everybody. Other students at school have mentioned and sent complaints about your trucks in the rock pit. Others agree that none of this should have happened, considering you're not doing what you said you would be. When you got your license, you said that you would clear out the area and restore it to how it was before, but instead you made a profit by crushing sand and gravel. Earlier at school one day, I learned that with trucks, it takes much longer to stop in an emergency. You double or even triple the stopping time by speeding as fast as you go. Think about the accidents that could happen. Another thing we learned about was the type of rock your truck often transports. They could contain lead. The lead and paint pencils were taken out and replaced by other safe materials. That's how dangerous it is. And you're crushing those rocks and then driving them by a school full of children. Thank you for your time. Please consider these complaints. Adults don't often listen to kids, but please listen to this. And please stop. It's truly a hazard for everyone at Junction City. I do not feel safe with Trinity Sand and Gravel near our school. Hello, my name is Fiona Brower from Junction City School, and I'm in 5th grade. These trucks always drive by when I'm in my class trying to learn, and they're very loud. They make it so that many students can't work. The trucks are also frightening on the road. They speed by and rocks fall off and sometimes even move the trucks around. They pollute the air, the river, and our learning experience. They put the gasoline in the air and it makes a horrid stench. They drive by with the noise and it stops us from learning. They pollute the rivers by putting rocks in the rivers, and they don't even have a permit to do this in the rivers. We need to stop the rock pit so that we can have a future that will not have a polluted home. I don't feel safe with the rock pit by my school. They could crash into it at any moment and the rocks will just move the truck even more. Thank you for your time.
is Caden, and I'm in first grade. The trucks distract me when I'm trying to learn. When my mom is driving by the trucks, I'm scared.
Hello, my name is Brody Brower. I am a 7th grader at Junction City School. I have a complaint regarding the Trinity Sand and Gravel Company. Trinity Sand and Gravel is causing a great disruption to the Junction City community and the people who come to work or learn at my school. To start, the unpermitted crushing of rock and gravel on Red Hill Road is causing drastic air and water pollution that can get to a large in our community. A large percentage of residents in Junction City are elderly or compromised. With the air and water pollution being a threat to their health in many ways, such as lead poisoning in the air and water, clogging up the wells, and the dust is breathed in whenever someone even so much as gets a faint whiff of it. Second, there are concerns about Trinity Sand and Gravel evolving into a corporate such as Eagle Rock. I'm not trying to pose Eagle Rock as a bad company, as they have a CUP that has guidelines that allows them to do the things that they're doing. But Trinity Sand and Gravel are working outside of their CUP. And they're also illegally selling their rock and gravel to other places. It does not say in the permit that Trinity Sand and Gravel may sell their product at all. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Brianna. I am a 6th grader at Junction City School. I really don't like the rock pit, Trinity Sand and Gravel, right down the road from our school, especially when their large trucks drive by when we are trying to focus on our schoolwork. They drive by recklessly multiple times a day. They drive down the hill fast using their loud brakes. Their driving is so fast and reckless that it scares students when they drive by. When they work, they are polluting the air and water, which kills animals and pollutes the rivers where people swim. There are also people that live downriver whose houses are right on the river. Some of the rocks they are crushing have hazardous things in them, which means that on windy days the air is full of those hazardous things and students are breathing them in. A few years ago, me and my family had to evacuate because of the Helena fire. I was terrified with tears streaming down my face, and I couldn't imagine what it would have been like if their big trucks were making it even harder to leave. I also work in one of the classrooms right by the road, and it is very distracting. I can feel the rumble as they drive by. I already have trouble focusing on my work, and adding the rumbling loud trucks driving by doesn't help. I have gone to Junction City School since I was in kindergarten, and I have always felt very safe. Our school is like a big family. These trucks are the only thing that make me feel unsafe at school. While driving home from school, I have seen kids riding their bikes and having to swerve out of the way to avoid gravel that has dropped from the trucks. This is dangerous and kids could get seriously hurt. I live near Trinity Sand and Gravel, and I hear the sounds of them working in the middle of the night when I am trying to sleep. Also, their bright lights shine over toward our house in the middle of the night, and they are not supposed to be working when it could impede the community's sleep. Overall, it really affects me and many others. Thank you for your time. Hi, my name is Frankie, and I'm in first grade. Trucks really distract me in math. I really don't like it when they drive by during science, because
and I'm trying to focus on science. Thank you.
Those were Frankie's own words, but we typed them and then she couldn't read them as well, so I wanted to help her with that.
Hello, my name is Liam, and I'm in 7th grade, and I also used to ride my bike during the summer, and I would have to swerve out of the way and to avoid gravel and possibly a flat tire or injury. And like many have said, there is noise, and my house is 1.06 miles from the center of the operation, and I have heard these noises in the night, and I have multiple friends who their houses are as far as 2 miles who have complained to me 4,250 feet, 1,192 feet at closest, and all have made their arguments to me, and 70 decibels is, depending on exposure, how much it will take for sound to begin to harm most organisms, and that in reference is about a vacuum cleaner. 120 would be your average chainsaw, and I don't ever hear a chainsaw from 2 miles away at least. And also, many have said their concerns about lead poisoning, which can lead to anemia, weakness, and kidney and brain damage, and even death after high exposure. There's smoke and dust and tire smell when they're riding their brakes down the hill next to our school, and it makes a horrible smell, and most have made this known, and if they can smell it, it's going into their lungs, and tire rubber is not what you want in your lungs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emily McIntosh, and I am in 4th grade and go to Junction City School. My biggest complaint is the mine and the gravel trucks. When the trucks go by our school, they are loud and disturbing. They speed and are dangerous on the road. They pollute the air, water, and ground, so please stop this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Macy. My worst complaint is that the brakes are noisy and the gravel trucks are dangerous. They are smelly. Also, they go way past the speed limit. The main reason is that one of the rocks popped one of my teacher's car tires. The vibration distracts the whole entire school. They pollute the water, air, river. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Eiley, and I'm an 11-year-old 5th grader at Junction City School. I know adults often don't listen to children, but this time I'd like you to. When I'm trying to learn in class, loud trucks are always carelessly driving by, distracting me and many others. Not only are the trucks loud, but the machines and the machines who are repeatedly crushing the big piles of boulders at the rock pit are. In the Helena fire, when my eyes filled with tears as I look back at my dogs, or should I say my loving best friends. We do not need reckless, loud, and big trucks driving fast as we try to take our only route to safety. They aren't even supposed to be using it like they are. They said they would use it to help restore the river, says the ones who are polluting our air, our rivers, and our learning. I can even hear it from my house as I'm playing outside. When I'm at recess, they pass by obnoxiously. They put this awful smell in the air. The rock pit makes me feel unsafe. Please make it stop. I feel angry that they are still doing this. Seeing all the piles of dirt makes me sad. They either don't realize or they don't care that they are polluting and causing many problems. I have this amazing teacher, more like a grandma, and the rock crusher is making it hard for her to go outside. It makes it harder for her to teach. Losing her because people repeatedly won't stop this oblivious act scares me. She's the sun on a cloudy day. Overall, the rock pit needs to stop. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Lonnie Svensson and I'm an 8th grader at Junction City Elementary School. The Trinity Sand and Gravel Pit is making a huge impact on our school and needs to be put to a stop. Also, as a student who's going into high school very soon, one of my concerns is that they run their trucks after school is out for the day. This is very dangerous to high schoolers and other students walking home who live on Red Hill Road. And it's also not just dangerous for the high schoolers who get off the bus and walk home, but it's also bad for the parents who might be pulling out of the school driveway. Additionally, the trucks that drive by do not cover the back of the gravel where the materials are. This is very hazardous to the people who work and live here. The dust flies out of the back of the truck and has materials in it like lead, which got banned from pencils and other items because it was poisonous. Also, education is a huge part of the people's current childhood, and when the trucks drive by, they are so big and loud that it makes the classrooms rumble, which distracts the students. To add to that, once again, they drive super fast past the school, which is a 25-mile-per-hour speed zone, and they use their Jake brakes. Jake brakes are very loud and distracting to our students who have classrooms with windows facing the road. On the account of going fast, it could cause accidents. Because of how fast the drivers go, they can mess something up just a little bit, and they can run their huge trucks into the school, off the road. While on the topic of fatality, the trucks going too fast could get in the way when there is an accident. For the last of my concerns, I know that on this road, a lot of people run, walk, skate, bicycle, and more. The big trucks not going slower could cause very fatal accidents that could be avoided if they were only to follow the speed limit and drive how they're supposed to. For example, I'm a longboarder, and a couple weekends ago, I was with my friends walking from the Junction City School to the store, and a Trinity Sand and Gravel truck came barreling down the hill just as we started walking. As a student here, I feel very unsafe with Trinity Sand and Gravel right next to us.
Good evening, my name is Maya McIntosh and I am a 7th grader from Junction City School. In my 7 years of living in Junction City, I've known this place to be a quaint town that focuses on community and education. I can't tell you how grateful I am for that. As time has gone on, there have been many disruptions in this peaceful phase, one of these being the Trinity Sand and Gravel Company. I live far enough away that I don't have to hear the constant sound of rocks getting crushed and the sound of grinding. However, I do know that close friends and even family members of mine have to endure this every single day. I can't imagine how hard it is to hear this. I know this problem in our community has been going on for years. Although it does not involve my home life, it is affecting my school life. A school is a place where you should feel safe, where you can know that you will be safe and won't get hurt. But it's hard to feel safe when there's the constant sound of semi-trucks from Trinity Sand and Gravel driving past our school, disrupting multiple students' learning and academics. It's hard to feel safe when there's the sound of rocks getting crushed, knowing that the dust could be getting into our river and our lungs. At moments like these, I honestly don't feel safe in the least, which should be a priority to have the students feel safe. One of the main steps to that goal, in my personal opinion, would be to discontinue the Trinity Sand and Gravel project. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Summer Borman. I'm in 6th grade and I go to Junction City School. The reason you should shut down the Trinity Sand and Gravel I know a lot of my friends have asthma issues, and all the potential air pollution really can hurt our lungs and other people's lungs too. There's nothing covering the rocks that they carry from place to place. Also, they have no protection or precautions when they are grinding the rocks. When it is first thing in the morning, it's really loud and really hard to focus. The noise goes on all day. A while back, they used to honk their horns at us, and it would cause a big disturbance all over the school. Because they go so fast and being so heavy, the trucks make our classrooms rumble, and we can feel the vibrations from the trucks while we are in class trying to learn, which already is challenging for many students. I know when some of my friends are walking home from school, these big trucks go by and it can be a little scary. We do not have a sidewalk or a shoulder to go on for our road, so we have to walk in the road or ride our bikes and skateboards in the regular lane. In the past, we were driving to school in the morning, and those big trucks have gotten close to our bumper, and it's scary because I know the bad things that could go wrong. Also, they drive super fast, and it's not safe for us or other people. When they go super fast going by the school, I'm worried that they could crash into the school and maybe hurt someone. They say they don't work when they when we are dropped off or picked up, or in the nighttime or on the weekends, but they're lying. So these are my reasons why you should take away their permit.
I'm just going to come in really quickly and say that was my daughter. She was really nervous. I'm on the school side council. I'm also a mother, grandmother, raising a child there. And I appreciate that you're able to listen to these young kids because they have deep concerns for the future of their community. So thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on to the rest of the community comments, does the commission have any questions for Christine or Amanda?
I also have a couple comments of kids that it was just too late for them to stick around. May I read them or not?
Is it a repeat of what's already been said?
They're just very short comments from some of our very youngest students that it just got too late and they couldn't be here.
Why don't you give them to staff and we can read them?
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
I have questions for Christine.
Okay.
Ms. Camara? Ms. Camara, I've heard from constituents that often jake brakes are implemented when going down the hill. Knowing that your office is right on Red Hill Road, how often have you experienced or witnessed that?
Very often. One driver uses them every time and another driver doesn't seem to. But it's quite often. And what happens is I've been behind the trucks on my way to work, sometimes even before 7 when they're on their way there. They speed up going up the hill off of Dutch Creek Road, and then the hill is a downward hill as it goes in front of the school. And so they speed up the hill and jake brake down the hill. So it's pretty frequently, and that's really the biggest noise that causes the distraction is it's as they go down the hill, and when they're loaded or when they're heavy or when there's a double truck, whatever they call that, it causes vibrations in the windows. It's just so close. Red Hill Road is a tiny 2-lane road, and it is just so close to our school.
Thank you. And one last question regarding the trucks going by during school pickup and drop-off times. It was stated, Mr. Buick stated that it has happened a couple of times and they've remedied that. But over the last number of years, not just, let's say since 2018 when Mr. Buick has purchased this, is that a common occurrence? Is that very rare?
It was a very common occurrence until we got very noisy about it. When we had our last gathering on October 8th, that day even, they had driven their trucks past the school in the morning drop-off time and in the afternoon drop-off time, which led me a quick run over to the planning department to say, I cannot believe on the day that we're talking about this, they would do it. So they have, this last couple of weeks, been much quieter. And that's why I mentioned in my letter that they've changed their behavior a bit. But that's because we're all here and paying close attention. And it's not my job to monitor their trucks. And it got to where I felt like that's all I was doing, was paying attention and looking at the clock and recording it and lodging a complaint just to prove they were doing it so frequently. And it isn't my job to contact the pit every time they do it and complain so that they can manage their people and stop doing it. I'm trying to manage our school. We're just trying to have teaching and learning going on. So I don't want to have to be the one managing what goes on at the pit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one other question.
Yes.
When you're talking about the road going to the Red Hill Road, like I don't know, I've never been on it, never seen it, and you say going up a hill and then going down the hill. How long of a grade is it going up? How long of a grade is it going down towards the school? Is it a quarter mile, half mile?
No. It's basically as you cross the river on Dutch Creek Road, you make a sharp right onto Red Hill Road. And the reason it's called Red Hill Road is that it has a little hump, basically. It's pretty short. It's far less than a quarter mile, I would imagine. I haven't clocked it, but it's pretty short. So it's a fairly steep little bump and dip down. And then there's a long passageway right in front of our school.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Sharp, do you have any questions of Ms. Camara?
No, ma'am, I just appreciate your time and those children's time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And just so you know, the kids' comments were completely on their own and not edited by us. So their thoughts are from their own experiences and their perceptions of what's going on. Clearly the noise is a distraction. They all live in different distances and have experienced different noises at night and whatnot. And so they didn't necessarily represent our school and what happens at our school, but they definitely represent them and their experiences at home and at our school.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5 minutes enough? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we hear further public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, come on out this way. Let's follow me over. So did any of them not get burned? Or is the entirety of it torched?
No, not the entirety. There's a couple sections that didn't.
There's a couple sections?
There's a couple, yeah.
Were there some healthy burns that occurred? Or was
There are
it
some
just...
real healthy burns.
more minutes. Okay, it's gonna take me just a little bit to get everything turned on. Is Kim back? There she is.
So this is all from the elementary school.
Yes.
So I'm gonna do some
I'm calling the meeting of the Planning Commission back to order, and we will begin with further community comments. Is there anyone in the lobby that wishes to speak?
Good evening. My name is Will Shaw. I'm the Deputy California State Range Master. I'm here tonight representing that group as well as the community group in Junction City. I've sent in letters and emails, current and past. It describes what I believe is taking place there, so I won't get into the pages of it. But the permit, we're asking the permit be revoked. The original permit did not allow for any of the activities that are taking place now. Chemicals are on the ground. The equipment is operating right adjacent to the water line. These things are on YouTube. You can view them. All that material that was brought in was never to be there. It was supposed to be a reclamation project. The current operation violates our health and safety and is a nuisance to our community. It doesn't comply with any of the original specific plan. One of the things I noticed is there really is no inspection of this. There's no monitoring of the use. It's been admitted by the county employees. Therefore, we'd like you to consider revoking that permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Smith, Junction City. I was here in the I was here in the 90s when this project was originally being considered. The project was slated as being a reclamation project to clean up the river tailings that were left behind by the dredging of the Trinity River. The school had some concerns, and all those concerns were addressed by concrete aggregate. Their argument for this project was that if they couldn't use the rock down on the Trinity River, they would have to import rock from outside the county. Well, the one thing this county has plenty of is rocks. I was one of the first people to speak up in favor of this project because it was a reclamation project. That was the whole purpose of it, was to reclaim the tailings from the river, from the dredging of mining days. That is my stance on this. This was a reclamation project. I don't know how it got to where it is now today. The 500,000 yards of material that came in is 3 times the height of the rocks that were being reclaimed. It was supposed to be nothing but a load and haul out. All the hours past the school were adjusted so there wouldn't be any traffic with the kids in the area on the streets, and the noise and everything else was mitigated on that. So I think that this probably, I don't know where you go from here. I think the only thing to do is to revoke this and find a way to clean up that property and get it reclaimed back to its original intent. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Berger, and I live in Junction City. Noise has been a huge impact for many neighbors, even up to 2 miles away. Even after Mr. Buick installed noise dampening materials on his equipment, it's still permeating into our daily lives. we talked ourselves blue about the noise, so all I'll say at this moment about it is to give this perspective. When the mining operation is quiet, it's more noticeable than when they're operating, meaning the noise has been such a steady nuisance, the silence stands out. This activity is grossly inappropriate in a residential neighborhood. On the stump analysis happened in October and again in February, the quarry was noticeably quieter than normal. They did not operate at full capacity, in my opinion. This would not give an accurate reading. We hold the hand of Trinity Sand and Gravel and allow them the privilege to keep this permit with modifications to complete the reclamation. This is what it would take. To remove the 500,000 or more cubic yards of material, it would take approximately 31,250 truckloads. That the truck were loaded every 10 minutes for even 6 hours a day to accommodate the school schedule. That's 36 truckloads, one way per day, so really 72 truck trips going by the Junction City School daily, and the only egress and ingress for hundreds of Junction City residents. That's 180 truckloads per week and would take approximately 174 weeks or over 3.5 years. Even if Trinity Sand and Gravel did this one task, it would mean huge impacts to the Junction City community. When Caltrans first dumped there, it was 100 to 140 truckloads, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 7 months. So that's what it would take to get it out. I think the county made their own bed when they allowed this to happen, and I believe Rick Tippett has a lot to answer for on this matter. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Liz McIntosh, Junction City. I think we can all agree that Trinity needs all the economy that it can get, and every job here is precious. I think we can also agree that we all live here because we absolutely treasure this pristine and beautiful environment. That said, we have to regulate business in a way that balances promoting economy while also preserving environment and our quality of life. The original reclamation plan sought to do just that. Due to business decisions and goals, this reclamation project has become an industrial nightmare. It's located in the neighborhood, with the elementary school as one of the closest neighbors, off a road that is the only ingress and egress to hundreds of community residents. By brazenly flouting the conditions of this permit, this project is a public nuisance that outweighs any benefit it offers. It has created an atmosphere that is detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare, and these are all grounds for revocation under Trinity County's Use Permit Ordinance 315, Section 32. While we're talking about economy, I ask you to weigh out the economic impacts this business brings to our community. How does an industrial business like this impact property values? What about school funding? At our first community meeting, which you can find on YouTube, there was a man in the audience who had a piece of property he was intending to build a home on and have his kids come to our school. However, his father died of asbestos poisoning, and he stated that he would not build here if these amendments were passed. I don't know how familiar you are with how school funding works, but as the former CBO for the Junction City Elementary School, I can tell you it's based on enrollment and attendance. Tiny schools like Junction City Elementary have extremely volatile funding. The loss of literally one child can mean the difference of $100,000 in funding. What happens to our staff if we lose that funding? And what about the Gompa? It attracts people from all over the world who come for retreat to a peaceful and calming environment, not rock crushers, jake breaks, and gravel washing. The economic impacts of this business are much deeper than the few jobs it provides. Trinity County, as the lead agency, has failed in their obligations to regulate this business. In fact, they've sanctioned and allowed this business to violate its special use permit time and time again. Currently, the CEQA document, they wrapped phase 2 into phase 1 in a mitigated neg deck, and everything you've heard tonight and everything that you see is under a mitigated neg deck, and it just keeps going. I ask you to sever this cycle of exploitation and complicity by revoking this permit. Allowing amendments with the same players in place begs for the same result, and it sends the message that Trinity County doesn't uphold their own laws, so no need to ask for permission, just ask forgiveness. There is a mountain of evidence and overwhelming support for revocation from impacted community. To find and enforce the truth, all we ask is that you follow our laws, follow the current permit, follow the evidence, and follow the money. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having this hearing. My name is Josh Brown, and along with my family, I reside at 391 Hummingbird Road in Junction City. We're actually the infamous Site 5 Earlier, we stepped out with Mr. Ballard and actually clarified where they did the sound testing twice was site 4, and we actually were at site 5, which was in their initial test, it was the loudest in terms of the sound results. He can explain that more later if he comes back in. But yeah, we just got that sorted out, and I had some other prepared remarks, but it brought really back the issue of just quality of life and the impact that this business has on our life up there, because we're up on the mountain, and if you took away the trees, we'd be in a direct line of sight down onto the pit mine. And the sound is constant, and some of the mitigating effects have quieted it a little bit, but not much up where we're at. And the thing I worry about is, for example, this proposed rock crusher that Chad is asking for in his amendment. A rock crusher would be loud, and I know they put curtains on it and everything, but this is constant sound, especially in the summertime, that is coming up at our house. And I'm sure, as many of you do, in the summertime, we leave all of our windows open, to cool off and let that cool night air in. And, for the past several summers, on days that they've been working, they haven't stuck to their 7 o'clock hour starting time. It's almost consistently been before 7, at 6 or 6:30, the trucks or the loaders start up. And yeah, it's that dumping of that rock into the trucks first thing. That was what spikes, and that reverberates through our walls into our house. And I know they've taken some measures to mitigate that, but again, a good half of the year when we have those windows open in the morning and they're loading trucks, we're still going to hear that. It's still going to affect us. And we live in the forest. I mean, my wife grew up in this house. My brother-in-law grew up in this house, who just spoke, a few people before me. I've only been here for 6 years, but I intend, for all effective means, to spend the rest of my life there. We're going to raise our son there. He's going to go to Junction City Elementary School, and that's another thing to worry about in 4 or 5 years. When he starts going to school, we worry about his safety. We want him to be able to walk or ride his bike to school, and he would have to go down to Red Hill Road over to the school and back. And if 5 or 6 years from now, there's 36, 40, 50 trucks a day, yeah, I'm concerned. That is not right. And yes, there's other dangerous traffic on Red Hill, but the trucks really are the worst of it. Yeah, it's time for the commission to bring this business into compliance and follow the rule of law. I'm asking for a revocation of their conditional use permit. And yeah, thank you for considering this.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Martha Halberg, and I live in Junction City. There was one question that you guys brought up, and I just did a public request to Caltrans. So what Caltrans wrote about Junction City, the ConAg gravel quarry commercial site, the commercial quarry's location is accessed off Red Hill Road in Junction City, California. The commercial quarry is a permitted location with all necessary industrial permits in place for operation. As such, material placement in this location is permitted as part of normal business operations. No additional actions by Caltrans are required once the quarry receives the material. A total of 200,000 cubic yards has been delivered to the quarry location and placed within the quarry perimeter. So I asked where the information came from. What they just came back with is, my understanding is the quarry did not have a general permit. However, the quarry received a special permit from the county to allow the material from the Big French Catchment Project due to the emergency nature of the project. They cannot bring any paperwork, they can't give me anything. So I'm going to respond back to this, but that is what Caltrans has stated so far. In my letter to you, I do put in there what I found from Caltrans, and it does have serpentine. So that is stated in their environmental, what is it? I think, I'm looking, one of their environmental reports. So they put in there what the soil was, what all the rock was, and it says serpentine. And isn't that the California rock? And it's asbestos. So I saw on their permit that Judd did, and it says that Caltrans did the NOA report. Well, that doesn't mean that it's there or it's not there. I mean, we still need to know, where's the report? So I'll find out more responses when I get back from Caltrans, but yep, I'm trying to find the answer too. So thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else in the lobby that wishes to speak? Is there anybody, oh, here's someone.
Hi, my name is Benjamin McClellan. I'm employed at the rock quarry right now. We try to do everything, any complaints that come in, we do our best to resolve them. You know, I mean, we can't, maybe some of them we can't do 100%, but we do what we can to resolve them. I actually personally drive one of the trucks up and down the road, and I usually do about 15 to 18 miles an hour through the school area, on the whole road. I have been passed by a car in the school zone by a pedestrian that lives out further past the pit. Just this morning I was passed by a car because I was going too slow, trying to be safe. I was passed by a car just before the school zone. He darted back in right at the school zone. I mean, we're trying to do everything as safe as we can, and like I said, we're trying to look at all the complaints and do the best that we can to make it better. And that's about all right. Thank you.
Paul Ballard again. I'll be very brief. I wanted to address what just came up.
There will be a rebuttal period if you want to wait for that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will wait. I didn't want to miss the opportunity, though.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie Batchelder with Trinity Sand and Gravel. I started trying to interpret the information we were getting around the complaints in March of 2020. We had received contact from Kim on a few occasions. However, we were not getting any communication from the community itself. So we were at a loss. What the information we got surrounded a rock crusher being on site when it was not, and operating during the night, which we do not. And I was having a really hard time understanding what was being presented to Kim in comparison to what our actual activity was. So I took the initiative after receiving an email from the school to go and meet with Christine Camaro. I am not from the area. I'm the bookkeeper, so I don't know a whole lot about rock quarries either. And through the process over the year, I've learned a lot more, and Christine was able to give me some backstory that you've referred to here, the 2017 receiving of the material, and how that affected the community. And we had a very productive conversation from my point of view, and came up with solutions to some of the issues. We placed signs at the pit. We did an experiment, and I asked my driver to slow down all the way down Red Hill Road. Just go slow to Dutch Creek. He was getting honked at. I said, okay, not the right solution. So that was prior to meeting with Christine, and she voiced that it was perceived as punitive, him going slow. So we talked and we decided 20 miles. Let's post a 20-mile sign at the pit and see if we can get these guys to slow down in front of the school zone. So we did that. We also posted the times where the trucking is restricted, and talked to all of our staff about all of this. At that point, I had thought we had established a dialogue, then COVID hit and we were all shut down. The school went to distance learning. Everything kind of got put on the back burner as we all learned to deal with the new reality we were doing. When we got back in touch in October, we discussed, I got one opportunity to discuss complaints. Until that point, until October, I had not received any actual complaints because there's no mechanism to get those to us. And the community was not bringing them to us directly. So when I got the spreadsheet in October, I did go through the whole thing and compare it with our truck tags and our time cards and tried to put together a picture in my mind of what was actually happening because I don't know.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, so we are diligently trying to address all of this situation and deal with the information that we have.
Thank you.
We hear Zoom's not working. I don't know if you guys have any info on that.
I checked with some people and it seems to be working.
Veronica, please raise your hand.
Yes.
Melissa Nielsen.
Yeah, I've got two people with their hands up online, so I'm going to do.
Yeah, let's go to them.
Melissa Nielsen, go ahead.
Hi, I wanted to clarify that it was still public comment because it seems like they were having their rebuttal already, and I just wanted to make sure that all of us got a chance to speak.
No, that was not rebuttal, that was public comment.
So the sand and gravel gets to speak during public comment as well?
Of course.
Why? Okay, so they're also members of the public, but not representing.
I'm sorry, if you have a comment, you need to make it.
I do. I just wanted to clarify that. So I'm going to read what I wrote. Dear Planning Commission, I own adjacent property to the mine. I have 4 children that attend the elementary school. The mine is operating outside the limits of its original use permit and is to the detriment of my community. Red Hill Road is the only exit in an emergency such as the Helena fire, and it has been compromised. The road is no longer safe for our children to ride bikes to school, and the disregard for the community in general is appalling. When I bought my property in 2010, the mine was not operating in the same manner. Satellite imagery confirms the growth and development of this area far beyond what a potential buyer could ever imagine. As a result, it has been nearly impossible to sell my land. The exposure of lead to my children at the site of their school is criminal. As planning commissioners, you have an obligation to this community to regulate the mine. We deserve the country lifestyle that we envisioned when we settled here. If I wanted to live near an industrial eyesore, I would have moved somewhere with more amenities. As people that live in Junction City, we forego some amenities for that peace and tranquility. We do not forego the oversight of a planning commission. Respectfully, Melissa Nielsen.
Thank you.
Veronica Alves.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Veronica Kelly Alves, and I actually live in Douglas City. And I want to take the opportunity to speak because I heard about this issue about 3 years ago, thanks to Liz McIntosh, who had the opportunity to speak tonight. And I have been in awe of her ever since the first time I heard her address the commission. This is a project or an issue that has been watched closely by myself because I am very sensitive to issues that surround residential communities, and seeing several of the children that spoke tonight and community members from Junction City who I happen to know and respect, it is very imperative that residents have the opportunity to come forward and share with you the experiences of things that are going wrong, that they were promised would not be happening to them. And I've sat in meetings and participated in meetings where we've been told that CUPs in effect are their own mitigating factor, or provide their own mitigating factors for communities. And we have all said that enforcement is the key to that. And we've heard Trinity County personnel tonight say that they have lapsed in that. And that's where it all falls apart. And I hope you will listen to all of the Junction City residents who have come forth, and they've brought the receipts. There's video, there's written documentation of all of the failings, and I am sorry for the new owners, but this has been going on for several years. I don't even live in the area, and I know about the failings outside of the CUP. So I hope that you will consider listening to the residents that are having to suffer through these things each and every day. Thank you very much, and I do support revocation.
Thank you.
Tillman Myers.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Tillman Myers from Junction City. I live at the Gompa, which is the retreat center, which is across the road from the sand and gravel plant. And I just wanted to say that like our goal at the Gompa is to create like an environment for people to find peace of mind and quiet. You know, we're a retreat center, and we have cabins on the property where people come to do solitary retreat. And the noise of a rock crusher and beeping trucks is a direct obstacle to people being able to come here and find that kind of peace that they're seeking. And I think on an economic level, the Gompa is also just, it's a popular tourist destination for people in Trinity County and across the country. And we were requesting that the use permit be revoked. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ivan Anderson.
Hello, I live at the retreat center, the Gompa, as well. I wanted to first just echo the concerns of the students and just extend my heart to them. And please listen to them. The youth are, as you know well, they're our future, and they're the future of this community. And so to invest in their good education, to their concentration and so forth, is to invest in the future of Junction City and the future of our world. So I wanted to just mention that, and then as well to mention as well as the previous person Tillman mentioned, that as a retreat center, we attract people who come here to our organization, to our retreat, to do personal retreat and group retreat. And that involves, silent contemplation, and involves being alone with our minds. And in order to do that, just like with the students, if they're trying to concentrate and learn new things and make sense of new information, distraction can be an impediment to that. So in the same way, when people are, working with themselves and, coming for retreat, the same reasoning applies. And so loud noise and so forth can turn people off from using this place for its intended purpose. And so I live in a house that houses as well many other rooms that people use for retreat. So I am in living in one of the places that people use for retreat, and I hear the noise, and it can be a distraction for me. And I've heard it at nighttime as well sometimes. And so that I could understand why someone might not come back here again after coming. I'm sorry, I'm not phrasing this very well. I'm a little bit nervous, so you please have forbearance for that. But anyway, the main 2 points is to really please hear the students and please hear their concerns, and that given our intended purpose as a retreat center, the sound is definitely impacts our ability to carry out our mission of serving the public. So we request to revoke the permit. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Larry Glass.
Yes, thank you, Planning Commission. My name is Larry Glass. I live on
so.
We're having a hard time hearing you, Larry. Can you move closer to your microphone?
Is this any better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, I live on top of South Fork Mountain, and I'm surprised I can even keep the internet. Anyways, I represent Safe Alternatives for Our Forest Environment, Trinity County's environmental watchdog group since the 70s. We're weighing in on this because we have members in Junction City, but because this is a problem that is, rearing its ugly head all around the county. The commission has a choice tonight. Is this going to be a libertarian utopia where the outlaws rule, or is this going to be a county that's a democracy that's run by the rule of law? And these folks are operating under a reclamation CUP that they have not lived up to a single item of. I submitted written comments to you, so I won't go through all of my litany of violations that these people have committed. But they've done some things that I think they should be fined or put in jail for, let alone be allowed to continue operating this illegal operation. So SAFE urges you to revoke this permit and shut this operation down now.
Thank you, Larry.
John Swearington. We can't hear you, John.
How's this?
Good.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I live on Hummingbird Road, neighbors to Amanda and Josh. And I wanted to make a brief comment about the noise testing and kind of what even though it appeared it's kind of like barely met certain standards of Trinity County, the actual effect of the noise, as all the school children have said and residents have said and so forth, there's a psychological effect of the noise that has to be considered in the context in which it's happening. So if you were in a city and there were trucks rumbling by and traffic rumbling by and all sorts of noise being made all of the time, you don't even notice that. But we're not in a city. We're out in the woods, and the increase in the noise that the charts that they're showing are a logarithmic scale. So every 10 decibels that it goes up, say from 50 to 60, is 10 times the energy and the power of the noise. I think one of the students, Leanne, said like really well. Theoretically, what they're measuring is the strength of a vacuum cleaner. Now, why would a vacuum cleaner bother anybody? It's bothering people because it's coming from a baseline of very no noise. We can hear the river from where we are when there's not a lot of activity going on. But as soon as the operation starts up, the river goes out. Leon mentioned 120, which didn't show up on any of the charts, is a chainsaw. But who's ever heard chainsaw like 2 miles away? So, but people 2 miles away are complaining about the site. So I just wanted to put that in, that even though they did the testing and it appears to have met criteria and to be kind of okay, obviously people's reactions, the students' reactions, residents' reactions, the reactions at the GOMPA and so forth, say that it's not actually okay in the context in which it's happening. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hutch.
Yes. Hi, I'm Hutch. I live in Junction City, toward the end of Red Hill Road. And, I feel bad for people that would potentially lose their jobs. But, I mean, who hasn't been on a job where your boss didn't get the right permit and you get shut down? You go find something else to do. I'm very sorry that would have to happen, but at this point, this is kind of embarrassing. Anywhere else, this would have already been shut down. And I don't understand why this continues to be allowed to operate in the manner that it's operating in. You know, I've heard a lot about noise, a lot about the trucks, and everything people have been saying is true, so I won't beat that to death. But at this point, it's almost like you're just acting like you want to get sued. Honestly, I don't know how else to put it. And I would just like to say, you know, revoke it. And that's it. Thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you.
Hi, Dwight Chapman. I'm a local landowner off Red Hill Road. I'm not going to repeat some of the comments that have come up, but I do have 2 points I'd like to point out. First, I do work for the Trinity River Restoration Program, and we spend hours analyzing and assessing impacts to the Trinity River river corridor. And so, although I get permits are cumbersome and time-consuming, it seems like it's a necessary process. This is no longer the Wild West. This is the heart of an established community. Amanda has recounted excessive burn violations, so I'm just trying to support the fact that I would really like to see any new activities be permitted publicly so that we can all weigh in. There's a period of public comments, that kind of thing, whether it be directly with the Smith Pit mine or through a formal posting. We need to be able to have a say to what's happening down by the river. Also, I have spent time at the Gompa, and as far as keeping jobs and that kind of thing, the Gompa, I spent time up there, and the sounds echoing up all up over that hill are just overwhelming at times. The Gompa pays a lot of taxes, brings in tourists from the outside, uses local tradespeople for construction and repair, buys lots of food, gas, all these kind of things, supports lots of community investment. They provide water for the Forest Service during the firefighters, so it is a bit of a job creator. So let's not think that that we're losing jobs in one place to gain another. I think we'd like to find a way to be able to keep the Gompa a peaceful place and also make sure that the river itself is taken care of. Thanks for my time.
Thank you.
I don't have anybody else
Is there
showing right now.
Is there anyone else in the lobby that wishes to speak?
They can hear good out there, so.
Okay, then I'm going to close public comment and bring Mr. Buick back for rebuttal. And if Mr. Ballard wants to say something at this point about the noise study as well.
I am not Mr. Buick. I'm Matt McGarry. I'm going to do a portion of the rebuttal for Trinity Sand and Gravel.
All right.
My name is Matt McGarry. I work for Trinity Sand and Gravel. I'm a registered civil engineer in the state of California. And Judd Buick had hired me at the beginning of this year to help him with this project and this mine. It's a slow process, but we're trying to get through it. We're looking for clarity from the Planning Commission, things like the hours of operation. We do recognize that we've been there on Sundays, but that's to pick up personal vehicles or trucks that we're not mining. There's no mining operations on outside those hours, but we are allowed to get that equipment because it's private property. Also, we just purchased a brand new transfer truck that are very expensive, and we are installing GPS in these trucks so that we'll be able to monitor anything. If they're speeding in front of the school, we can put fences on it. It'll alert our cell phones if our drivers are going too fast in front of the schools, if they're not obeying any of the restrictions. And we're just asking for a little patience. And I know everyone's sick and tired of it, and everyone's hearing all this stuff. We're just asking for patience to implement these things. We're not Clint. We're not associated with Clint. He did a lot of sinful things in the eyes of the community, and we're just trying to establish ourselves and get going. We're just looking for a clarification from the Planning Commission. I'm going to turn it over to Paul really quick so that he can address a small topic. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll be brief. For the record, this is Paul Ballard again with Ballard Acoustical. And while I was in the lobby there, the residents of Site 5, Josh and Amanda, asked if we could speak outside. They came out and they said, you know, Paul, your guy didn't come back and measure at our house, he went to Site 4. And because I didn't come back and do the testing myself, I sent my technician. There was a mix-up. We ended up going to Nancy Barton's house instead, which has got slightly different exposure. I did some calculations in the lobby. It looks to me like, based on the noise reductions that we saw, that it would still be in compliance at Site 5. If given an opportunity to verify that, we certainly will, but I wanted to apologize because our slides showed that we had collected the data at Site 5 the second time out. It was actually Site 4, so I own that. It still is indicative of the fact that when I told Judd that he needed to implement mitigation, he immediately jumped on it. If more is needed, then I can guarantee you that's what he's going to do. Again, I'm not advocating for the project, just recognizing to this commission that my firm made a mistake in going back to the wrong location to measure the second time. So that data that we presented was actually for Site 4 and not Site 5. Final note, we did have a measurement site at the Compa location. They invited us in very graciously. We monitored it there. They're even a bit further away and a little bit more shielded, and the levels there were considerably lower than at the other locations. I'm not saying it wasn't audible, but the levels at that site were well within compliance with the county's regulations. So I apologize for the mistake. If there's any questions I can answer, I'd be happy to. Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to address one more thing. We invite anyone that wants to come with us to come out and test any material pile they want for NOA, for lead, for any of that. Come on out, contact us, and we'll let you choose whatever pile they want to test. We're an open book. If they want to come test it, come grab a bucket. You can have it tested. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that, again, we are not Clint Robinson. We're trying to clean up the mess that he brought to this site. We are trying to get rid of the slide material. I don't see any other option but to get rid of it. I mean, it has to go. We are trying to reclaim the land. And again, just looking for a little bit of clarity from the county. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And Amanda and Christine, if you want to present your rebuttal.
Yes, thank you. And instead of Christine, Liz McIntosh will take her 3 minutes.
Okay.
So it's just mind-baffling to me that they continually say they're in compliance and that they're trying to be performing reclamation because they're in non-compliance of every condition of approval. And when they say that they don't load rock material on Sundays, they just did on February 28th, and I took a video of it. I watched the front loader scoop up rock, dump it into the truck, and videoed it coming out of the driveway without dampening it, so dust was billowing. So they continually try to paint this picture like they're being compliant, but they're not. They're acting already and have been for years as if their amendment proposals that they filed, the first one, well, this last one was in 2019, they're acting as if that was approved. All the equipment on site, none of that's actually approved. It's in the amended proposal, but that wasn't ever approved. I also want to say that my mom was one of the people that was in opposition of this in 1997 when I was 14 years old. And here I am standing here at 30, almost 38, because I am now concerned for my son dealing with the impacts of this business. That's the scope of what we're working with right now. I also want to mention that as someone who couldn't be here tonight as a real estate agent, a resident in Junction City, she was working with a client who wanted to buy in Junction City, and when they heard about this mine, they decided not to buy in Junction City. And when Buick says that we're trying to work with the community, quote, that's what he said earlier tonight, this isn't true. I was the one that personally reached out to his office, and I had some correspondences with Carrie for a little while, like a few weeks maybe. And my last correspondence with her was that they decided to stop communications with the community, and that was it. And I have proof of them in this email saying that. So again and again and again, we find that they're saying one thing to this group here in front of us, but doing very different things on the ground. And none of that equipment on site is even allowed, and again, they're acting as if that permit that they had proposed amendments for is already approved, and it's not. I also want to say something about the Helena fire, just to put it in some perspective. 2017, that's when that happened. It was only days after the Caltrans 700 trucks a day stopped. So we were dealing with that Caltrans dumping there, and this was a circumstance that Judd didn't create, but this is the reality of what could have been a problem, a big problem that could have resulted in loss of life. With that many trucks on the road, with that kind of emergency happening, with the only road, and we're living in dire circumstances with wildfire, we can't afford to compromise the safety of an entire community. The other thing is the noise nuisance, and I really want to commend John Swearingen for his comments because I think he put it really well. It affects our psychological level. It's the waking up every day to it, hearing it every time you want to work in your garden, listening to it through the windows, even when the house is closed. It's at times woken up my baby from taking a nap when it's abrupt, loud noises. It's so jarring. And this is day after day after day for years now. And none of that, again, is supposed to even be happening there. And I don't trust that Mr. Buick is going to not pursue more equipment if he's allowed to continue. He could say, sure, we'll do the reclamation. But he's going to keep trying to get a rock crusher. He asked for it in the letter that he wrote to you guys for this night's meeting. I don't trust that he's going to, adhere to the concerns and wishes of the community. Thank you.
Hello again. To tap on to what Amanda was just saying about not being able to trust going forward, I believe that Kim may have mentioned that their application is still active. The last one that we received was dated, I believe, in September of 2019, and it asks for a rock crusher, and it asks for more Caltrans material to come in. It also asks for 3 trucks to make 24 round trips a day, which I believe is about 144 trucks passing by our school every single day. And on the topic of nuisance, I feel like nuisance is a very subjective thing. I'm not sure if our use permit is, when we say nuisance, is it based on county code of decibels? Because I see you guys see people come in here for a cannabis license, and they're talking about they don't get their license sometimes, or like a CUP or a variance, if anybody is worried about a perceived nuisance of their growing. And I'm not saying that there aren't nuisances associated with that, but it's very subjective. We're telling you, this is a problem. The amphitheater effect is a real thing. They are right on the river, it bounces all over the place, and that's why people who are really close will say, maybe I'm not that impacted, and others who are far away are impacted. On the sound study, I just want to point out from what the school's perspective was. So the loudest part of the sound study, because it shows that there wasn't much impact to the school, was at about 7 a.m. when the loader was filling an empty truck. They didn't set up at the school until 7:40 to 11:05, and by 8 a.m. the wash plant started. By 9 a.m. the wash plant stopped working. Christine went and checked the camera. There was no traffic, no Jake breaks. Sammy, I'm done? Okay, all right, well, there it is, thanks.
All right, that closes public comment, and I'll bring it back to the commission.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a point and ask Commissioner McIntosh if he's comfortable continuing on this particular issue, given your tie to the school, and
I was thinking the same thing.
it looks a little close to home.
Yes.
Yeah. I have no financial ties to this operation, and all my questions, I've been using the general plan as the guideline, would like to continue.
It's your choice. It just seems a little awkward.
The issue could be the perception of not being able to be unbiased. And so as long as you are comfortable that you can be unbiased.
If there is an issue that affects the downriver community, as a commissioner, I'm new to this commission, so you have the experience.
I can tell you my own experience was with the Dollar General coming to Hayfork. And I was very clearly informed that I was what's called predeterminate. I had already made up my mind how I wanted that to go. And that was not acceptable. And so I had to recuse myself.
And so what are my options of recusal? Is it the only option to leave the room? Can I continue to ask questions and not vote? Is there, what are the options?
That I'm not sure.
I think the general protocol on a recusal is you would leave the room and not participate.
But can he come back in as a private citizen and not a commission member to make any statements?
Good evening, everyone. This is Margaret Long. I think I'll jump right in here.
Thank you, Margaret.
No problem. I can't give Commissioner McIntosh any advice. I represent the county, not any individual commissioner, so it is the decision he'll have to make. But I can say that recusals do require you to leave the room. You cannot come back and participate as a citizen. You must remain outside and not influence the vote in any manner.
Thank you, Margaret. So it's up to you.
Yeah.
County council.
She's the voice over the Zoom.
I apologize. Commissioner Margaret Long, County Council.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there are questions that still have not been answered regarding the general plan, and
Well, all I could do was tell you my experience, and you have to make up your own mind as to what you think.
okay. Well, I don't want to get in the way of the process, and the community has spoken, and so you both have the experience of the wisdom of experience, and I will heed that experience. Okay, I will recuse. Actually, I'll just keep all this stuff here. I'll be back at the end of the meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Duncan.
It's on number 4.
Okay, we still have a quorum.
There's 4 of us, right?
Yeah.
Commissioner Sharp?
Yeah. Mr. Sharp is here, yeah. Okay, so, In terms of giving direction to staff, I have absolutely no idea. I do have a question, and that question...
Diana, can you get to your mic?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. I have a bad habit of doing that.
Maybe they're a headset.
My question has to do with the environmental documents, with the CEQA documents, and the fact that it went to a phase 2 with no, when something is phased like that, does the original CEQA document cover all phases? I mean, it's been 24 years, and
I'll say some words, and I'm sure David has some comments as well. In 1997, let's just say CEQA has evolved quite a bit since that time.
yes.
I think I have not looked at the environmental documents, so I'll let David speak to that. But with a phased approach, one could, it could be done where you are analyzing both phases of that operation. It could have been done, it likely was done, but like I said, I have not actually looked at the environmental document closely, so I'll defer to David.
So I wish I could add to this a little bit more honestly in terms of any specific details. Within CEQA guidelines, yes, you can have a phased project. I've not been part of one before and am struggling to recall the guidelines off the top of my head. You would have to know as much as you needed or could possibly know about all phases in order for it to be a single document though, to have the project description be accurate. And for something like this, with so much time having elapsed between say first phase and second phase, and different, I think, parcel lot line adjustments being part of it, that I would suspect that the first environmental document would no longer be adequate for any additional amendment to the CUP, and an entirely new document would be required.
Yes, and that was definitely anticipated as part of the amendment process, would be a brand new document.
A new document,
yes.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes.
I have a follow-up on that. What would be the existing conditions or baseline for that?
Good question. I would believe it would have to be the existing environmental document or at the beginning of the CUP. That would qualify as the baseline.
The 1997
Correct.
Existing conditions.
I believe because the project is so similar in nature and on the same location with only minor differences, that you would be applying more current CEQA guidelines and perhaps additional listed species or additional laws with that secondary CEQA document. I believe it would be appropriate to have the baseline be the original CUP. Because again, it's a CUP amendment, it's not an entirely new CUP, yet it's an entirely new CEQA document. That's my initial read on it, but I would have to scratch my head about that a little bit more.
Well, that would be one of the directions to staff would be to follow up with requirements, CEQA requirements.
Okay.
And that is the intent, of course, with the amendment that is currently proposed or the application that is currently in, with some additional documentation such as the acoustic study being a component of that. Do you have a more specific piece of direction of what you just want more clarification on the CEQA guidelines and
yes.
say baseline? Okay.
Yes.
If I may. Okay, so my impression, having heard a lot, is that this is an example of a completely failed process. It's the burden of the county to do the inspections, and it sounds like none have been done. Certainly in the current era of staff, due to all kinds of good reasons, I'm sure, but it hasn't happened. I do have one question as a sidebar. The timeline that you put in your report, where you did go out, several folks went out at different times What I don't see in the timeline are the conclusions reached on those trips, at each of those. You know, it's like we went to the site and saw the site, but it doesn't say our conclusion was there's equipment that shouldn't be there, we're gonna do something about it, there's, whatever.
Fuel storage, there's.
Yeah, fuel storage on site and so on. So
There's trash on site.
was that discovered in the timeline, and was any action taken in that period of time you outlined in the staff report?
There were conclusions reached in some of the visits. In some, I know I'll speak for some of my visits, I was going out to see if a rock crusher was on site, and that was my focus. And one wasn't, or I would went over several weekends just to see if I could just, see if there was activity. I did not, not to say that it didn't happen, I just did not see it when I was there. In one instance, Lisa Lozier and I went to the school parking lot and parked there for half an hour.
On a weekday?
On a weekday. It was summer, but there was almost 30 trucks that went through just during that time. And that could have been round trip, I don't know, but it was a high volume of trucks in a short time. And so, yeah, there were, definitely in my case, and Bella went to the site several times. She did document violations, trucks going through during the start of school. We drafted letters of violation, and we did not complete the process.
Okay.
What happens with one of those letters?
Well, that was part of the not completing the process. It was difficult at the time without having a SMARA inspection and being clear on the path forward on the enforcement of what prevailed. And that sounds like a terrible excuse, but there's a few different codes that come into play, and at the time I just did not see a clear path forward. There you have the use permit conditions being violated, you have SMARA violations, you have nuisance abatement. There's a few different things at play there, and so yeah, that was definitely a failure on our part, not issuing that violation. One was drafted.
Well, if I may continue.
Yes, please.
Okay. The citation of the Title 17 in your staff report about the determination about use is being conducted in a manner detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or in a manner so as to constitute a public nuisance, or in violation of any condition imposed by the Planning Commission, etc. In this case, I think every one of those instances is in play. It seems to be being conducted in a manner detrimental to public health, safety, welfare, and apparently is a significant public nuisance and is clearly operating in violation of any conditions of the original conditional use permit.
By their own admission.
By their own admission, and notably by the filing of an amendment, an application to amend it to do all the things they're doing. And I recognize that a lot of that started underneath the prior owner. I recognize that. But the operations continue in violation of the conditional use permit. Now, another statement on page 4 says a use permit is ultimately enforced through the modification and revocation of the permit. That seems to me the penultimate enforcement ought to be code enforcement or some action by the planning team and et al. To act on it, or the only remedy would be to come in here, like tonight, and revoke the thing, or put significant modification on it. There's got to be a step in between revocation and something short of revocation, And there's I think you're here frustrated because there is nothing. There's nothing that you can do except you could send code violation out, I suppose, or code enforcement, whichever one is the one that's in planning. And I'd cite them, but the question then comes back to what happens on a citation in terms of actually seeing results. So the whole 500,000 yard thing that showed up in 2017, I mean, that sounds like a total fiasco in terms of due process of either getting an emergency amendment to the permit, whatever that might mean, or some documented permission to do it, but the owner at the time allowed this to go on in violation of his permit. I see that. Now, it was a great out for the county, and Caltrans, they had a place to dump the stuff. That doesn't let the owner off the hook for saying, sure, bring it on my property or bring it on this property. And so I think that, I got a lot of heartache over that one too.
And if I can add to that, I have, even though Mr. Colbeck said he was sure there was no serpentine in that, evidently, Caltrans may have stated that there was serpentine in it.
If I may, just to that statement specifically, that I thought I said I did not believe there was. If I was too emphatic, I do apologize. I was surprised to hear that news from Kathy, I believe, a commenter, and I'm very curious about that and eager to get that information. I do not have it in front of me, but I would like to.
But that is another thing that I would personally would like clarified, because if there is serpentine in it, then of course we don't want it being crushed.
I totally agree, yes. I would like that information as well.
And
one of the questions that I had, which it was like when you're talking about all these violations that you were seeing, is this under the current owner or the previous owner or both?
I've only worked with the current owner since I've started with the county in July of 2019. I've only worked with Judd.
Okay, and then there was one thing, I believe her name was Amanda, the one before Mrs. McIntosh or whatever.
Yes.
That she said that she had a copy of an email where it's like the current owner's Buick, how they said that they were not going to, were willing to, like, I don't know, continue discussions or something of that nature. Was there a way we could get a copy of that email?
Where they said that he was not going to.
There was something
that he wanted, that they were not going to communicate with the community any longer.
Correct. Is there a way we could get it? It's like, I don't know.
We would have to, staff would have to contact her.
Okay,
and see that would be the mechanism, is having staff contact her and see if we can get a copy of that email.
Okay, thank you for that.
Certainly. And Commissioner Sharp, do you have any comments?
Yeah, just a comment. I really don't have any questions. It seems like another failure on our county's part, and I'm not placing blame on an individual. It seems to be systemic throughout our county. I honestly don't know how you go from a reclamation project to a mining sand and gravel commercial industrial operation. It seems like it's an impossibility and clearly, completely opposite of what the plan was to begin with. It's certainly not lending to making the river a better place, the community a better place, the environment a better place. Once again, I don't see the fault with the owner. He's been allowed to do this. The county has actually enabled him and almost put an onus on us to figure out what to do now with millions of tons of rock. And I don't know how to fix it other than to stop it. That's my only comment.
Thank you.
I would agree with that last sentiment.
Yeah.
That the current industrial operation there is not in concert with the conditional use permit and the purpose of it that was issued in 1997. I think there's recognition of that in the application for an amendment. It's just not what it originally was intended to be. So that makes me think that we ought to reopen the entire operation by having the operator apply for a new conditional use permit, i.e. terminating the current one.
I would agree.
So,
Do you have any thoughts on that?
do we have, so what is the purpose of continuing this to May 12th? I know you have a reason here, but.
Yes, and that's, that was just a recommendation, whichever way the commission obviously wants to go on this item. This is a particularly difficult item to anticipate what would be asked and what would be, well, not asked, but needed as far as direction. So the thought was, at least with the recommendation, to just, see where work, get direction if needed, and allow the SMARA inspection to be conducted, and come back to you if you so chose to modify conditions with strong language and based on direction given, and present that to you should you want to modify conditions rather than revoke. So that was the mindset. Yes, obviously whatever the commission
But if
would like to do.
But if we may not need to.
No, very true, very true.
Do we have any kind of a motion?
David, one second, Bill. David, the SMARA inspection, what does that entail?
There is a checklist usually that you bring out into the field that you would use to look at the current operation and its current conditions and balance that with the existing reclamation plan. There's a component where you would essentially be evaluating the volume of material that was removed or the volume of material that was stockpiled, observe the hydrologic and vegetative condition of the site.
Excuse me, the amount of material removed, not counting that brought on site by the
Well, for this particular, I was speaking in general.
Understood, but in this case, you'd be looking at all the mining that was done, and as well as whatever was done to the 500,000.
There's basically one column where you'd say the current condition of you'd say what the reclamation plan is in one column, it's on different categories, and then on the other column, you'd say, does it meet that or not? And this would be, no, it does not meet it because it is not currently part of the reclamation plan. That is how I would handle it. That would be submitted then to the state. It's really just a conversation with the state. It's basically checking a box that allows them to continue their operation and be on a list that allows them to continue to mine and sell mined material for different projects that are either state funded or county funded through state funds, or county implemented through state funds. So I'm not sure if I'm being very clear to you, but it's a relatively straightforward process in terms of an annual report. If there was such a violation, then there is some flexibility in County Code 17.3A that would allow for some notice of violation or some fee assessment or fine assessment.
17.3?
17.30A. That's in the planning code, chapter 17.30A, surface mining and reclamation. Which basically is what I referred to earlier, which is a mirroring of, to a certain degree, mirroring of the state SMARA Act. There is 17.30A.170 is violations and penalties, which then looks at the Public Resources Code 2447.1 that allows for the assessment of fines, penalties, if in an annual inspection, say I failed as a representative for the local agency to penalize something that should be, then the Division of Mineral Resources has that flexibility under their director to do so. And that is under Public Resources Code 2447.2.
You are amazingly facile with those numbers.
Did you get it?
I found it, I see what you got, I got it.
So to be honest, that's a mechanism that I have never used personally, and I'm not aware that it has been used in terms of the fees or penalties for any smart site in the county. I do not know. I guess I'll leave that there, honestly, in terms of institutional knowledge here. I've made my point earlier or my mission earlier. I would point out, though, that within, and I was trying to find it a moment ago, I believe the same county code 1730A that, SMARA is one type of inspection, but the county is allowed under its CUPs to do its own inspections anytime it wishes. So you had made a comment earlier, Commissioner McHugh, that I just wanted to counterpoint, that inspections were done. The fact that I wasn't on site specifically for the SMARA goal, that is what we've talked about already, but other inspections have been done.
And we also concluded that there's no consequences to violations found in those.
That I'm not going to dispute in terms of specifically violations, but I would dispute that or contend that in terms of the conversation in front of you now, in terms of trying to find a solution, is part of the staff recommendation to you now. To work on a middle ground that would avoid immediate revocation, but would work toward the modification of conditions that would be satisfactory and under your guidance as a commission.
I guess I would like to see the SMARA report, particularly as it might invoke 2774.1 and 2 and other modifications that it might reach a compromise, but frankly, I can't contemplate that at the moment.
No, I can't it does not seem possible. But in any case, we do need a motion either to continue or to revoke, basically.
Debbie, did Commissioner Sharp have a comment?
Yes.
Were you trying to speak?
He was going to go ahead and make a motion, but I'll see if he has anything he wants to say. Commissioner Sharp?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Then does anybody have a motion?
I'll make a motion to revoke.
Okay. Do we have a second? Or?
I'll second.
Okay. Then we have a motion and a second.
And I'll make a subsequent motion. We continue the item to whatever that date was.
May 13th.
May 13th to get the SMARA report and then make the determination on whether there's modifications or revocation appropriateness.
So, okay, so you're backing out from your second?
No.
Okay.
I'm just making a subsequent motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I make a comment to that?
Yes.
I would ask if we're going to do that.
We need a second before we discuss it.
I'm sorry?
We need a second before we discuss it.
No,
We have a motion pending.
I know we do. What is your comment regarding?
If we are going to continue it, that there be some kind of moratorium put on production.
Okay, well, okay, then we need a set. In that case, if we're going to get into discussion, then I do need a second. on the subsequent motion.
What is
So-
the subsequent motion?
Okay, we have a motion, and we have a second motion that basically contradicts that first motion. And so we have to vote on both of them, but we can't vote on either of them until we have a second on the second one. And we have the motion maker and the motion maker. So.
All right, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I'll make a new subsequent motion. I move that we continue this item to the May 13 meeting if operations are, and that operations be suspended. I don't know if we can do that.
Can we ask that operations be suspended until the May 13th meeting?
That is a great question.
And this is Margaret Long, and I agree that's a great question that I would need a second to think about before I weighed in on.
Me as well.
Why don't we make the motion, see if we have a second for it, and if we do, then I can come up with a thought on it.
I'll second that motion.
And I do want to just provide some brief information on what a subsequent motion is, since I know we have some new commissioners. A motion can be made, and then a subsequent motion can be made, and there can be up to 3 subsequent motions. So the original motion and 2 additional motions. They're just motions that are different than the original one. They do require a second, like a regular motion. And when the clerk calls the voting, we hear the subsequent motions first before we hear the main motion. If the subsequent motion passes, we do not hear any other motion. So we start with subsequent motion 2. If it passes, we stop. If it doesn't, we move to subsequent motion 1 and down the line. Kim, would you remind me exactly what the agenda topic, how the wording of the agenda is?
Consideration of the modification or revocation of conditional use permit for Smith Pit tailings mines provided by Trinity County Code Section 17.32.070C as directed by the Planning Commission on October 6, 2020. The Planning Commission may revoke or modify a conditional use permit upon determination the use is being conducted, 1, in a manner detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, 2, in a manner which constitutes a public nuisance, or 3, in a violation of any condition imposed by the Planning Commission.
Perfect, that is what I was looking for. The agenda item allows for the modification or revocation. It doesn't allow for the suspension of the license, which I believe is what's being requested, or the permit. As a result, I do not believe that would be a proper motion in this situation. Kim, I'm open to your thoughts on it as well.
I concur.
Then I retract the second.
Okay, I'll retract the motion and I'll take another shot at it. I move that we continue the item to the May 13th meeting. Let me start over. I move that we modify the permit as of this date
In what way?
I'm thinking. I don't know how to do it in a way that.
Madam Chair, can I make a comment?
Yes.
I think, that maybe the best way for us to proceed is to revoke the permit, let Mr. Buick come back to the table and reapply. I think that would meet everything that we're after here without crossing lines. What are your thoughts?
Do you still want to make a subsequent motion?
No.
Okay. Then we have We have a motion and we have a second. And so now we can have any discussion that we need. And my question is, if we revoke his permit and he comes back and reapplies, does that trigger a new CEQA?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, I was nodding as well. I realized that's not good enough.
Yeah, good, okay. Then, is there any other discussion?
Well, this certainly gives the community what they've asked for. It takes off the table any opportunity for compromise. On the other hand, there's a long history of being in violation, so I believe that there has to be a consequence, and I think this is probably it.
I would agree.
So,
Do we need roll call for this?
Yes.
Okay. A roll call vote, our names will be called, and we will vote aye or nay.
That's one other question.
Yeah.
Margaret, do we need findings in this motion?
Yes, you can reference the staff report by staff or anything contained therein, but I would recommend that there be findings.
Bill, would you care to amend your motion to include some findings?
I actually am not in a position to read that. I apologize, but I'm working remotely off a laptop and I don't have that document from me without moving out of the screen.
Can staff,
Well, if you want to withdraw the motion, I'll withdraw the second. We can do it again and I'll read it.
okay, perfect.
I apologize.
Then, do you withdraw your motion?
And this is Margaret, I do want to jump in with another option. Again, it's your pleasure how you proceed. You can also ask or continue this item, and you don't have to continue it all the way out to the May date. We can pick another date as a special meeting and direct staff to come back with findings to deny, just so we keep it clean. That is an option as well.
Oh, okay, then we would need a motion to continue this item to,
It's the next date, April 8th?
yes, it would be April 8th, and direct staff to come back with findings for revocation. So, do you want?
Subsequent motion, so moved.
Okay, and second? I'll second. Do we still need a roll call?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Anytime we have somebody on.
Of course, on Zoom we do, of course, sorry.
Chair Stewart, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McHugh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you, all in favor?
So it passes unanimously, and we will expect to see findings for revocation at the April 8th meeting.
Yes.
Thank you. And I apologize if calling you.
That's all. I've been called worse. I have one question.
Well, we're not quite
Oh, we're
done.
not done? Okay.
Okay, so now we move on to matters from staff.
Members of staff, nothing to report.
Next meeting being April 8th
Correct.
at 6 p.m.
At 6 p.m.
Okay, and is there anything from the commission?
Yes, there's something I'd like to add.
Yes.
So at the last Planning Commission meeting, there was a very controversial and tough decision on a particular item in Lewiston. near the One Maple Winery. And so I reached out to a consultant who reached out to the applicant so that I could get a tour of the farm that was in dispute. And while I was there, I walked the perimeter to see how close the neighbors were, how visual the neighbors were, as well as just the layout of the property and the farm. And there's a few things that I noticed. One was that the homes, there was 2 homes that were through a very thick forest. And it was not their front yard, but a backyard. But there was a lot of trees in between there, and it wasn't explicitly in the face. But the second thing I noticed is that there is a easement through the property next to the licensed farm, but on the bordering property where there was 3 illegal operations going on, where they had greenhouses, there was violations with DFW, and so a lot of the complaints about smelling cannabis in the wintertime, seeing lights, having excavation going on, led me to the assumption that there was, without communication, there was likely confusion of 3 large-scale unlicensed farms going on. And so I just wanted to bring that feedback back to the commission, that the grading, I did not see any grading that was done over the last number of years. And it was a very clean operation that was not visual from any location on the public right-of-way and very distant to homes. So that was it.
Thank you. I would like to request that staff put me in touch with somebody from IT so I can resolve this
Okay.
email issue.
I'm sorry, not funny.
No, it's not. I have to keep reminding myself, okay, go to bookmarks so you can look for your email.
Okay, are any,
What's the
is anybody
solution
else
you're
having
looking for?
issues?
I'm sorry?
What's the solution you're looking for?
Well, I want to be able to put it on my iPhone so I'm aware of the fact that I've gotten an email, because otherwise I have no idea I've gotten one because I don't have Outlook. I have an Apple phone.
I have this, I would like to be able to put it onto my phone.
Yeah.
But a challenge is that, that I noticed is the staff report for the, when the staff report is 25 kilobytes and there is 300 pages on one file, it takes your phone cannot open it.
No,
it takes
but I don't care if it opens it. All I want to do is know I got one.
I agree. It wouldn't even need to be Outlook on the phone. If when an Outlook email arrives, it could send a notification to our regular emails to go check.
Exactly.
That would solve the problem. And we don't need to put Outlook on the phone to get that.
Okay, I will talk to IT, see what we can do. I have an iPhone, I have out Exchange, and somehow I got it to work, and
That's because you have Exchange. I
Yeah.
don't have that and don't want to put it on
you
my
don't want to
phone.
put it on, okay.
And I'm in the same boat.
Okay. You catch that? You can watch the video again. Okay.
Okay, then we are adjourned. Okay.
Before 11 o'clock.
SIC means that there's